to this occasion. Please put your hands together for yourselves, please. Let me specially welcome you to the Nigerian Bar Association IKEJA branch Law Week 2026. Please make some noise for IKEJA branch. If you're very proud to be a member of this branch of the Tiger Bar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. It's a bit chilly here, but thank you for joining us. We warmly thank everyone here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing commitment to this remarkable event. Very quickly, I'd like to recognize the presence of dignitaries in our midst. First, I'd like to recognize His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, Commander of the Order of Niger, Senior Advocate of Niger. Please put your hands together for His Excellency. I'd also like to recognize Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, Admin Judge, Federal High Court, Lagos State. Please put your hands together. I would also like to recognize Dr. Kayode Okpeifa. Your hands together, please, for him. Thank you. I would also like to recognize Deacon Dele Additional, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Adeniyi Quadri. Please put your hands together. That's the chairman of the Nigerian Bar IKEJA branch. Chief Emeka Ozuani. Please put your hands together for the Leonard Silk. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Funsho Duati. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to recognize Mr. Chukudi Enebeli, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Finally, I want to specially recognize each and every one of you seated beautifully, handsomely on this seat. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Without you, this event will not, it really would not mean anything. So because you are here, that's why this event is actually going to be impactful. Once again, please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, okay, all right. Just before we go into the other program, before we set the ball rolling, I'd like to invite the security team and management of the Marriott Hotel for a brief safety and security briefing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to Lagos Marriott Hotel, IKEJA. My name is Obola Ademeji from Loss Prevention Department. I'm here to let you know that Lagos Marriott is safe for you, and with the help of the security measures in place, and to get yourself familiarized with it during the course of the event. While we have a write-up here that lets you know how everything goes, and please listen to the write-up readings. Welcome to Lagos Marriott Hotel, located in the heart of GRA IKEJA, Lagos, at number 122 John Ogunnaike Street, GRA IKEJA, Lagos. We wish to assure you that Lagos Marriott Hotel IKEJA is safe with security and safety measures put in place. So during the event, should you hear an emergency alarm, please immediately evacuate the building and proceed to the muster point. The muster point we have in place is located at the main gate. That's the main entrance of the hotel. That is where our muster point is. So in case we have this very alarm of emergency, we are advised to go to the muster point. So, and meanwhile, ERT, that's Emergency Response Team, will come communicate to you, informing you what the issue is and letting you know if it is safe for you to return to the building. So as during this very course, ERT member will come to tell you what really happened and informing you and letting you know that you are safe to go back to the building. Once an emergency alarm sounds, the elevator doors will automatically open and the elevator will be out of service. This time around, nobody is expected to use the elevator because it is out of service. And this very place here is called lower ground. In case you see how some other people coming to join you, tell them that the location is LG, which is lower ground. On this very floor, we have two restrooms located at the front wing, at the bank side. So what I mean is that this very place you are using now, you are expected to use the both because it's closer. One at the front wing is just outside the door, stay down to your left hand side, while the other one is located at the back door, the right hand side. It's meant for male and female respectively. And for some of what are be lodging on the floors, we have doors labeled A, B, C. These doors are meant for emergency exit route. Also, this very all we are using, all the doors here, they are also called emergency exit route because it helps against stampeding in case we are rushing. So on the floor, as I said, those doors A, B, C, they are designed in such a way that once you open it out, you are not expected to go back into the floor because once it opens, there is no way you can go back. So once you open it, you need the stairs down. Very sorry. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, ma. So I said, if you are lodging, please. I said all the doors we have here, they are called emergency exit route. So it helps against stampeding when we are rushing. Also on the floors, we have those three doors labeled A, B, and C. They are designed in such a way that once you open it, it's no re-entry. You can only use the stairs down to the master point. Please get familiar with that. We have a well-maintained fire safety system in place, including fire extinguishers, break glass, water sprinklers, smoke detectors, fire curtains, and a team of fire warding. All these are gadgets put in place to detect fire in the occurrence of fire. They are the gadgets put in place to detect fire and letting us know the type of fire. It is maybe forest or rain. Also, we have a trained first aider during the emergency that can assist. We don't pay for a serious injury. We have people trained first aider that can easily attend, that can help attend to our bills we might have. Also, in case we are not doctors, let's clarify that. In case anybody is sick, you are advised to use the nearest Duchess hospital that is closer to us. So we have armed police on site to assist during this emergency. So there is tendency of having people that want to see something during this very time that we are rushing as emergency. So we have policemen on site that can help in orderliness, to maintain orderliness for another thing that may happen. Also, let me repeat that we have Duchess hospital closer to us. In case we have anybody that is very sick, we don't pay for that. Any major injury, we don't pay for that. Also, in case we want to let Lagos Marriott Hotel as a whole or our department, let patient know anything, maybe our performances below the standard or want to apply, we have this number 09089990874. I repeat, 09089990874. In the event of a security alert, you will be told by the emergency response team to evacuate to a safe area. Take all your belongings with you if possible. If you will not be necessarily be evacuated out of the building, A safe area will be provided for you. A safe area will be provided for you in case we have anything that is harmful during the emergency time. Also, your personal belongings. Let me hammer on this. Your personal belongings is very, very important. Please don't not leave your personal belongings unattended to. Your phones, your laptops. We have incidents of people coming without being invited. You've just pretend as if they are part of you with the original motive of stealing something that is left unattended to. Please make sure you put your eyes as a key personal belongings very well. We want to emphasize on this slogan: see something, say something. See anybody that is sitting beside you that is not part of you, they are looking at it as you are uncomfortable with the way he does his things. Maybe he has an ulterior motive of doing something that is unusual. Please let us know in time. Do enjoy the time for the course of your event. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, management of the Marriott Hotel. If you see something, say something. And please keep your personal belongings safe. Please keep them close to you so that you do not lose your properties. Thank you very much once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to formally recognize Lagos State Deputy Gubernatorial Candidate in person of Princess Damilola Sonayon James. A round of applause for her, please. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, moving on, we would be taking the national anthem now. I hope that the media people are ready. And may I please ask everyone to please rise as we take the national anthem.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee. In brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all to serve the sovereign motherland. Our flag be a symbol, truth and justice reign. This we contest gain, to our children, a banner we
Thank you very much. I was hoping that there's going to be another one. Interesting. What happened? Why did that hair in media? Why? Or would you like us to continue the next stanza? No, because I actually saw a couple of people mouthing their lips. Not. Thank you very much once again. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I'd like to call on Mrs. Nkechi Ojo, the alternate chairman of the planning committee, to please come forward and lead us in the MBA prayer. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, a warm round of applause for her as she comes up.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our creator, please let's stand for the MBA prayers. Thank you. Almighty God, our creator, we pray to you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors, so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nkechi Ojo, the alternate chairman of the planning committee. Thank you very much. Very quickly, so I realized that as I introduced the event, I did not introduce myself. I recognized dignitaries in our midst, and I failed to recognize myself. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adeola Fajilade, a professional MC. When I was introducing and recognizing Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, I was going to say, all right, sir. I was really looking forward to this opportunity to twin with my Lord, but my Lord said, no, we are not the same. My surname is Faji Lade. I remember standing before a judge in Abeokuta, and then she was like, what's your name? I said, my name is Adeola Faji Lade. She said, say that again. Faji Lade. What happened? I said, my Lord, I don't know what was going on with my forefathers. They probably liked a lot of enjoyment, but I don't know. But my name is Adeola Faji Lade. Please put your hands together for me, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is now time for the welcome address, and I would like to invite the chairman of the planning committee, Leonard Siok, Mr. Chukudi Enebili. Please welcome him for his welcome address. Thank you very much, sir.
My Lord, Honorable Justice Faji of the Federal High Court, Your Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, CON, SAN, Honorable panelists present, distinguished members of the Inner Bar, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I stand here today with immense honor and profound pleasure to welcome you all to the 2026 Nigerian Bar Association IKEJA Branch Law Week, with the team altering the status quo, going against the norm. The status quo, as we all know, often offers comfort, predictability, and continuity. Every meaningful advancement in law and governance, the administration of justice, and the protection of human rights has been driven by individuals and institutions willing to change conventions in pursuit of something better. That is, this team therefore invites us to ask probing questions. What is the status quo? Does the current status quo pay us? And what must change? The keynote address, Law, Leadership, and the Ballot, which will be governance beyond politics, which will be delivered by His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, CON, SAN, a distinguished Nigerian, an accomplished legal practitioner, a formidable courtroom advocate, a graduate of the best university, the University of Benin, a former governor of Lagos State, a two-time power minister. I can assure you that he's very much fit to do justice to the paper. For someone who I met for the first time 20 years ago with no strand of gray hair, I can see what public service has done to him in the last 20 years. But Your Excellency, we're indeed very proud of you, and that we're also happy to see you here today. Thank you, sir. Also, in the course of the law week, particularly tomorrow, we are going to have Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, the Minister of Trade, of Industries, Trade and Investment. She's going to be speaking on the accelerating the future of the Nigerian economy. I know that Dr. Oduwole has distinguished herself as a leading expert in trade policy, investment promotion, and economic reforms. She's definitely going to bring to that conversation a wealth of experience, insight, and practical knowledge on charting a new economic course for Nigeria. Also, tomorrow in the course of the law week, we are also going to have the bar and bench session what is expected on the other side of the coin. That session is indeed a special session in honor of the late Honorable Justice Efunkumbi Oyefeso, who passed on the 15th of May 2026. For the first time, the IKEJA branch has deemed it fit to dedicate that bar and best session in the memory of my Lord because of our extraordinary life and enduring impact. We would invite the general public and members of both the bar and the bench to join us in paying tribute to my Lord tomorrow afternoon. On Thursday, we're going to have an annual Alawaka Basharu Memorial CON Memorial Lecture, where our very own Femi Falana SAN will be delivering the topic, the paper, the title 2027 Building a Nation Where No Man is Oppressed. Given the current state of our country, Nigeria, particularly the prevailing security challenges, we understand that topic is indeed timely and necessary. It is timely because even the wordings of our national anthem reminds us that it's only when we build a nation that no man is oppressed that there will be peace and plenty. We are also going to have the annual chairman's dinner tomorrow evening, and this time around we are doing it in the honor of one of our own, Leonel Silk Victor Kwara SAN, who has served the IKEJA branch in the capacity of the chairman of the Continued Legal Education Committee for 23 years. That is indeed a record. For some of us who have served as the chairman of the Law Week for just 3 years and we're already tired, you understand when somebody has worked selflessly for the past 23 years as chairman. I can boldly say that I don't think there's anybody across the country that has held one committee of the branch for that long. So I will invite as many of us to join us to celebrate a very distinguished Nigerian. Thank you. So I don't take too much of time. I want to also thank our distinguished speakers, our panelists, our sponsors for their contribution to make this Law Week the success we are witnessing today. Finally, on behalf of the Law Week Committee, I want to also express my profound gratitude and appreciation to the ESCO and led by Mr. Adeni Kodri for finding us worthy to serve in this capacity. We have done it, personally, have done it 3 times in 5 years, and I take it as a privilege. And I also know that on our part, we have tried to change the status quo. I welcome you all, and I wish you all a very interesting time during the Law Week. Thank you, and God bless.
Please put your hands together once again for the Chairman Law Week Planning Committee. Thank you very much, sir. Let me formally recognize the presence of Honorable Zainab Buba Galadima, a politician and a social advocate for change. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please make your hands together for her. Thank you very much. We warmly welcome you. Welcome to the Nigerian Bar Association IKEJA Branch Law Week 2026. And we do hope that you have a great time in our midst. Thank you very much. Right now, I would like to invite, the planning committee chairman had earlier on said, something just slightly about leading a committee. And he made mention, he said, some of us, we only led planning committee for like 1 week and we already have a headache. But please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to please welcome the chairman of the IKEJA branch in person of Mr. Quadri. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him as he comes for his welcome address.
Thank you. My Lord, the Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, Admin Judge, Federal High Court, Lagos Division, I welcome you, sir. His Excellency, Governor, former Governor, Abatude Rajiv Fashola, CON, SAN. We all want him to be CB governor, don't we? So it's a mistake of the heart. I stand on the established protocol. I'm just curious. The senior advocate said when he met His Excellency about 20 years ago, there was no strand of gray. So I'm wondering, I'm sure the senior advocate too was carrying an afro at that time. I'm wondering where that went, what happened. On behalf of the executive committee and the entire membership of Nigerian Bar Association IKEJA branch, it is my great privilege and honor to warmly welcome you to the 2026 NBA IKEJA Law Week. This year's Law Week is built around a theme that is both provocative and timely, altering the status quo, going against the norm. Throughout history, meaningful progress has really come from unquestioning acceptance of established patterns. The most transformative ideas, the most enduring reforms, and the most significant advances in society have often emerged because courageous individuals such as those that we have on parade today and institutions dare to ask difficult questions and challenge comfortable assumptions, which is what IKEJA MBA is all about. Today, our nation stands at a critical crossroads. We are confronted by economic challenges, governance concerns, serious security issues, pressures on democratic institutions, and growing demands for justice and accountability. In such times, merely maintaining the status quo may no longer be sufficient. The question before us is whether we possess the courage, the vision, and leadership required to chart a different course where necessary. As lawyers, we occupy a unique position in this conversation. We are custodians of the rule of law, defenders of constitutional democracy, and advocates for justice. Our professional responsibility requires us to not only interpret the law, but also to continually examine whether existing structures are serving the people as intended. As has been said by the senior advocate, this Law Week has been carefully curated to stimulate robust conversations around leadership, governance, justice administration, economic development, and the future of our profession. From the keynote address on law, leadership, and the ballot to the business forum examining the future of the Nigerian economy, to the bar and bench session, the young lawyer session, and the prestigious Alawaka Basharon Memorial Lecture, we shall engage in discussions that challenge conventional thinking and inspire innovative solutions. A particularly significant feature of this year's Law Week is our bar and bench session, which we are dedicating to the memory of the Honorable Justice J.E. Oyefeso. We all know that His Lordship served the bench with distinction, integrity, learning, and unwavering commitment to the administration of justice. As members of both the bar and the bench gather to reflect on the theme, what is expected of the other side of the coin, we do so not merely to honor the memory of an eminent jurist, but also to reaffirm indispensable partnership between the bar and the bench in preserving judicial independence, strengthening public confidence in our justice system, and advancing the rule of law. There could hardly be a more fitting tribute to His Lordship than a candid and constructive dialogue on how both institutions can continue to uphold the highest standards. I must especially appreciate our distinguished speakers, panelists, our premium sponsors, Pinero LP, our under sponsors, including Chief Emeka Ozani, senior advocate who is seated here today, I Chief Emeka Ozani, members of the planning committee led by the indefatigable Mr. Chukwudi Enebeli. A round of applause, please. Your collective commitment and sacrifice have made this event possible. We are grateful for your support and believe in the vision of MBA IKEJA branch. I will not fail to especially acknowledge the outstanding contribution of our publicity team, ably led by the one that we call Capacity, Mr. Kayode Agbede Jobi. Once again, you have demonstrated remarkable creativity, dedication, professionalism in projecting the law week and keeping our members and the wider public actively engaged. As we formally commence this law week, it is my hope that the conversations we have here will not only challenge existing paradigms, but will also inspire concrete reforms and practical interventions. And we have set up a team of repertoires, and you know how we do it in IKEJA. We are not going to let this just be a talk show. Whatever valid ideas we get here, you know how we escalate and we do our things. Together, let us alter the status quo where necessary and ensure that our collective deliberations produce lasting value for our profession, our institutions, and our nation. Once again, welcome to MBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. I wish you a productive, engaging, and memorable Law Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please put your hands together once again for the chairman. Thank you, sir. Very quickly, so that we do not waste more time, it is now time for the keynote address, but I want to specially welcome and recognize the keynote speaker. I believe we all know who the keynote speaker is. Do we all know? I hear a lot of murmurs. What is going on? Do we truly know who the keynote speaker is? No. Okay. I hear a lot of no's. Yes or no? Which is it, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while the media is going to play the citation of His Excellency, please put your hands together as I make welcome His Excellency, former Governor of Lagos State. Please, if you are doing that, do that better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sure I remember. Please,
Surrender of the leaders of Niger was held on the 28th of June 1963 in Lagos. In 1987, young graduates of the University of Benin, and after a 15-year stint in private airport press as a litigator, began a public service career over 2 decades long. In that period of public service, he has served as chief of staff and commissioner in the Lagos State Government, 2-term governor of Lagos, and in May 2023, meritorious to be concluded serving a second term as minister. He was appointed in 2015 and reappointed in 2019.
so what
His career as a
So I'm sure that the budget of the House. Thank you. Good morning, the branch chairman, my lords, especially Honorable Justice Faji, who refuses to associate with Faji Lade. But I'm sure that even though my Lord works very hard, he must find some time over the weekend for some Faji. Distinguished colleagues, senior advocates, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen, it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to be with you this morning. No thanks to my learned friend, Mr. Enabeli, who refused to give up. So he was unaccepting of every reason why I shouldn't be here. And perhaps it was also important for me to come here to honor him in the way that I think he deserves. As he said, we met about 20 years ago. At that time, I think I was a chief of staff to the governor of Lagos, and I believe that he was president of the Law Students Association of my own alma mater. So that's how our paths met, and I'm very, very happy to associate with the remarkable and outstanding progress he has made of his career. So So when I saw the topic for my speech as being law leadership and the ballot, governance beyond politics, I thought perhaps this may be more than a mere coincidence. You know, we're in a transition era, and there are a lot of promises and manifestos in the air now. And there will be more to be presented and some more to be scrutinized. So I promised myself that I will do my very best to disappoint anybody who is expecting me to provide a political headline from this speech. And I hope that I succeed, and I intend to succeed. But first, a word about the theme, which is altering the status quo and going against the norm. I could not help but notice that these words, status quo, have refused to leave us. They have found their way into the MBA week. Mr. Nebeli, how did this happen? Status quo. So they have been quite present in our political life, and they have lately been a fly in the ointment of some political parties. And if you don't get what I mean, I just ask you to cast your mind back to the last few months. You would have heard status quo, status quo, status quo. And status quo has become a wrecking ball in some political organizations. Contestants on different sides have their own definition of what status quo looks like. And they have hauled it at the other side to say, have this is my status quo. And the other side has responded and said, no, this is our status quo. And interestingly, the status quo that each side has come from the same document. And I see Justice Raji nodding his head. So they come from the same document, usually orders and decrees made by our courts. But each side has its own version of what status quo looks like. And I see some of my colleagues in the inner bar who are struggling perhaps to absorb themselves. All of us perhaps have a role to play. But why have I chosen to start here? I think that the time has come for Mrs. Status Quo to give us a break. Don't you think so? So, and this is, I think, what the organizers had in mind when they said, look, we should move away from status quo. So can we move to what I recommend, state of affairs? Let's leave that antiquated Latin word behind. As a resolution from this meeting, let us use very simple words like state of affairs, like the current situation, so that people at street level can understand what we are saying. So in this way, when we are making decrees, when we are writing rulings and orders, ordinary people will understand what we simply mean when we mention status quo is current situation. And so what will the current situation be? I will recommend that beyond just saying status quo, I hereby order that the current situation be maintained. And for emphasis, I direct that the current situation is that we are in a meeting in this room as of this day. Nobody should change it pending the hearing and the determination of so and so. And I think this is one positive thing that helps to perhaps mitigate the distractions, the confusion that comes from how people interpret decrees and orders today. There doesn't appear to be enough clarity by street level language. And so each side, we don't know who lost the case anymore. Each side has something to say, I won, and we're reading the same thing. Something is wrong, and we must depart from that. Those are my recommendations about street level communication that will accord with the theme of going against the norm. Now, permit me to move to the subject of the intervention itself, which is law leadership and the ballot and governance beyond politics. It is my intention to focus on the latter part. As I said, I'm trying to avoid what I said I wanted to avoid. So my intention is to focus on the latter part, governance beyond politics. And what I have to say is that the question of law, leadership, and the ballot themselves can be conveniently subsumed under governance and politics. Law, leadership, and the ballot, they can be subsumed under governance and politics. Because for one, politicking and balloting themselves lead to the formation of government. And I think that's why we see Mr. Doherty and the APC deputy gubernatorial candidate sitting next to each other. So you understand the politicking and balloting side of their affinity. And so a good starting point for this conversation, therefore, is to align with our theme. Let us align that with our theme again, which is to alter the current situation, because we have left Mrs. Status Quo behind and go against the norm. So how many of us have encountered situations of unacceptable behavior, displeasing conduct, which we are then told, oh, it's just politics? Have you encountered that? Really, only this side? I tell you, I think the time is right in a gathering of many lawyers to resolve that bad behavior is not politics. It's not politics at all. Instead, it must just be given the name that it is bad behavior. So, because if politics is the art or the science of good government, according to Merriam-Webster, one of the dictionaries you find around, it must, in my view, be something ennobling for public and collective good, and must not be a place to harbor bad conduct. Not a few members of this profession, whether from our local space and in other far-flung places across the planet, have positively impacted our planet by the roles that they have played in government, either as attorneys general, either as prime ministers, or as presidents, just to mention a few. You can think from the local Chief Awolowo to the Barack Obamas to the Nelson Mandelas. They were all lawyers, members of our profession. So, are those people bad people? So in my view, we must resist the temptation to excuse and explain away bad behavior as politics. What those people have done are exemplary to show us the kind of ennobling responsibility that comes with being politicians. And I'm sure that is the example we intend to see from our foremost politicians who are in the room today. So, for me, this must be the definition of politics that is acceptable to us, not the suboptimal or the self-serving type that places self above others in the name of politics. That's not politics. So please, every time, if we are to go against the norm, one thing we must do is to push back against those kind of statements that it is politics. Tell them, no, it's not politics. You are badly behaved. That's resolution 2. So I think that perhaps because that erroneous definition has taken more than a desired root in our environment, we seem to have accepted it. We seem to have allowed it to fester. I think that is why the organizers are looking to change that, and they're asking us to speak about governance beyond politics, when in fact, politics itself is the art or science concerned with winning and forming government. So why are we looking to go beyond it when it is an inherent part of it? So I think, if you get my point, they think politics is dirty, so let's look for politics, governance and all of that beyond politics. But there can't be governance beyond politics, because governance is an inherent part of politicking. And I remember Dr. Kayode Okwefa and I, when we served, we used to say, when you have mastered the policy, you should master the politics. Because we used to have council meetings on Mondays, and then some of our colleagues who were new to government would come to me and say, Governor, the chairman of the House Committee on so has invited me to come. Should I go? I said, of course, you have to go. You've presented a budget before them. You have defended a plan. They've given you authority to expend money. From time to time, they have the right to ask you to come and explain what you are doing on a general basis, and also as it affects their constituents. So while this policy, the politics that is local is that the representative wants to know what you are doing in his community at the minimum. So again, people needed to understand that. So if politics is the art of governance, and I think the conversation we should be having should then be about the quality and the type of governance that we should expect. And in saying this, let me perhaps denude you of some assumptions. I think that people have often assumed that once you have democracy, then everything is fine. But it's the beginning, really, of a very long journey. I once said at an event that democracy does not guarantee good government, and people were surprised. Really and truly, if you think about it very, very dispassionately, all democracy really expects is that the most popular person should get the mandate. Whether that person will be a good governor, a good minister, a good legislator, is impacted by different considerations. During the ballot, whether the person will show empathy is not on your ballot sheet. The fate of the person is not on the ballot sheet. Indeed, in our environment, you don't even see the face of the person. All you see is the logo of the party. So it is town halls like this, debates, scrutiny of manifesto that help you and I to have a first-hand impression or something close to that about whether this person will meet our aspirations. So it's not just the democratic ethos itself, but it is a good place to start. So in terms of, therefore, the kind of government that we want, can't we just agree on one thing? Good governance. Is that something we can agree on? Okay, so what does good governance look like? Do we know? Does the definition of good side on the good governance on this side of the hall accord with good governance on that side? How can we agree on what is good governance? What does it mean? So I suggest that there are two broad classes of what we can categorize as indicative of good governance. And those two classes are: one, what the government must do, something that the government is by law bound to do. That must be good. And I will show you why. The other thing is what the people want. And even in this hall now, if we divide this hall into two, I don't think this right side agrees with this left side about what they want. So, very quickly, what the government must do, I think a constitution is very clear. Constitution is very clear about what government must do. So if you look in the constitution, you will see section 14, very famous section now, about security and our welfare being the responsibility of government. So that is something the government must do. But there are more provisions, and I'm not sure all of us read the constitution as frequently as we should. And if you go from sections 15 to 21, you will see other duties and functions of government, education opportunities, improvement and protection of the environment, safeguarding the water, air, land and forest, and wildlife, food security, availability, accessibility, and affordability. All of these are indicators of what good governance should look like by law. So, and this is one side of the coin. The other side is what do the people want, and that's where it gets really hard. And this requires government. My experience is that we then undertook polls, we did surveys, we conducted research to obtain data that informed us about the actual needs of the people. So one example, when I was elected governor, I called a survey company. I said, now please go around all the 20 local governments. Just ask one question, that now that they have elected me as governor, what do they want me to do for them? From local government to local government. Of course, I had my own notes about all the promises I made on the campaign when we were dancing and singing. I kept notes of that. But I then said, go back to the people. I'm not sure what I said on the stage is exactly what they want. The results came back, and then we analyzed them, and we found there were 6 broad areas where the people seem to agree. And even those 6 things, we found out that they wanted them in different orders. So we went on a local government tour, and in each local government we say, okay, this local government, our survey shows that this is what you want. And they say, yes, that's what we want. Okay, you now choose in what order you want us to provide. So the orders they chose formed the basis of our first year budget. And then what they chose for year 2 was what we did for them in second year and third year and so on. And then we got on with our own idealistic programs about what Lagos should look like. So I think that now that we have this idea of what good governance and how, the question to then ask ourselves is, what is the best way to deliver it? Because sometimes when I tell people that, look, that thing you are talking about is not the responsibility of the federal government. Say, so go and look in the constitution. Markets. Primary education. primary health care. That has nothing to do with the president of Nigeria. So, in my view, I think that the best local government, the best government, rather, level of government, to deal with some of the things that affect us most are the sub-national governments, the states and the local governments. And the reason is that there is a principle called proximity to power and impact. So I use this example. If we took a survey of Lagosians, how many of them need to cross the boundary of Lagos to Ogun in order to get to work, in order to get their children to school, or in order to get their children or their families to health facilities, or in order to just earn a living? How many people need to leave the boundary of Lagos? So to those people, you can build a brand new Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. You haven't served them. That's a federal road. The majority of the people in the state want to cross from their ward to ward, from their local government, from Yaba to Ikoyi to Lawansin. Those are states and local government roads. And so you see the example of the principle of proximity to power. So it's not that the federal government hasn't done what it is, but how critical is that asset to what concerns you? So how many people want to travel abroad as against commute to go and deliver local services in their businesses? And that's why perhaps when I ask the question, what does good governance look like? This whole seems to be divided. And that is the hard burden of those who seek public office to really determine how best to reach us. But I will move a little more quickly to then say that apart from all of these things, I think that a most important part of good government and good governance is law. And this is our business. This is the place where we have the greatest expertise. We have been trained to understand how to make laws, to understand how to interpret laws, and to understand how to enforce laws. And I tell you that without any doubt in my mind, that wherever the laws are much more implemented, wherever the laws are clearer, wherever the reign of law is more potent, you are likely to see more prosperity there. Without any doubt at all in my mind. Science, research, everything has shown it. A group called, I think it was Oxford University something, I think Dr. Okwefa might remember, they came in and did a local study here back in our time. And they went to Ajegunle. And what did they find? Just the investments that we made at that time in equipping the police, in equipping, people started investing locally. Barbers, traders, and they said, look, they felt safe. So this is our responsibility, you and I, all the lawyers in the room. This is where the rubber meets the road, really, because making people safe involves involves preventing crime, and it involves crime detection. It involves apprehension of criminals and their prosecution and conviction in order to ensure that they cannot further harm law-abiding members of society. So, how many times does it dawn on us that our colleagues, the attorneys general, are actually the chief law officers? So when a crime happens, how many times have we, as chief law officers, come out to speak to the public? We leave it for the presidents and the governors. They are chief security officers. They are not chief law officers. We are. So in this room, we must have that conversation to understand that we have more than an important role to play. Because this is the linchpin that ties in all those surveys, all what the Constitution says about responsibility of government can only happen where there is law and order. So what is the judicial policy in a time of criminality? Is it to be soft on crime or to be hard on crime? Is it to apply the minimum sentence or the highest sentence? Because there must be a judicial policy as well. It can't be a parliamentary and executive approach alone. There must be cohesion of all the three arms saying the same thing. That this environment will be a lawful and orderly environment. And I could go on and on, but I will not. I think the point has been made. But just to point out that good governance is not also a one-way traffic. It doesn't come all from the side of government. There is the other side. As citizens, our constitution imposes duties on us. Section 24, the one we don't like. Apart from telling us to lawfully disclose how much we have earned and go and pay our taxes. And I know that lawyers are compliant. It also tells us that we must help law enforcement agencies, either by providing information to them that will help them detect and apprehend criminals, or fiscally assist them where it is possible without doing harm to ourselves. And so, this is where the social contract construct originates from, a two-way relationship. You give and you get. So let me pose a question now for our collective consideration and for our reflection. You know that Nigeria signed the Paris Climate Change Treaty. You know we did that on environmental protection. And we ratified it under Section 12 of our Constitution. And if we did that, I ask, are we not bound to reduce carbon emissions? Where? Okay. Then if we are, why are we still promoting, selling, distributing, and operating petrol engine motorcycles and tricycles, and increasing our own carbon footprint? We could have said we won't sign that agreement. Not all countries signed it immediately. But if we did, the question to then ask is, are we complying with our own laws? Yes, I acknowledge that the government of this day is promoting greater use of CNG and distribution of conversion kits. But the reason I ask this question is whether we are able to connect our conduct in breaking our own laws to our increasing carbon footprint, because you can't ignore the science, and our extreme weather outcomes. So when the rain that should fall over 6 months falls in one day, you see what you see on your social media apps. One part of Lagos has been submerged by water. But what did you and I contribute to it? Or we contributed nothing? Because I recall when we were trying to restrict the movement of motorcycles in Lagos, and there was a rumbling. I thought that it was something that we would pass very easily in council, only to find out that some of our council members were operating the business. It was Dr. Okpefa, who was commissioner for transportation, said, "Governor, look." So I got up and I went to my room and I called the fear. What's causing the descent? He said, okay, some people are motorcycle operators. I said, really? So maybe some of them are here too. So I think, therefore, I will take us back to our theme. We must go against the norm by embracing the law more fervently. We need to embrace the law more in order to make politics deliver good governance. I think we must eliminate anonymity in our entire transport system. So once you live here, just keep your eye out for all the cars that come across you or that you drive behind, and see how many of them have a registration plate. Just watch when you go out. And motorcycles, mopeds, tricycles, and luxury vehicles too that are driving in our urban spaces without a prescribed registration plate. And those are clear violations of our road traffic law. But can we apprehend crime? So there was one country I checked. I was looking for local data I couldn't find. But this country had 1,549,000 offenses committed with a vehicle in 1992. So if that happened to us, how many of those vehicles can we identify? Because a registration plate is not a status symbol, it's an identity. So that even if we can't catch the person immediately, somebody will remember that it was a vehicle with this color, with this registration plate. That's where we begin to look to find out who has hurt a member of our community. So if you are one of those who drive because you are a big lawyer now without registration, please go and register you and put it on. As governor in this state, I used to proudly have my number LASG 01. So if people said, "Oh, I saw your car," I said, "That wasn't my car. I don't cover." And so these are, for me, simple elements of good government that help us to enforce laws. And so, for our collective safety, again, moving against the norm, is that this meeting must resolve that this branch, working with other branches, will do something about ensuring that every vehicle on any part of our roads is identifiable. There will be no anonymity in our transport system anymore. There are, of course, many other examples of compliance that contribute to good governance, about which we cannot have a complete and exhaustive conversation. So I submit that talking about these challenges has gone on for long enough. Going against the norm now requires us to do something about it. And a good place to close is to invite the IKEJA branch, perhaps to set up a task force of its members to look at ways and means by which law reform, law enforcement, and general application of laws can help to improve the quality of our lives. So the norm appears to have been talking about the problem. Doing something beyond talking will be keeping the theme of this week alive, which is going against the norm. And on that note, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, if you are celebrating and clapping for His Excellency, please do that better. Please do that better. Thank you very much. It would have been a great time to actually take feedback and know those who actually paid attention, but because we truly do not have time, we'll just jump right into the first. Okay. The first conversation that we'll be having today, and that's the first panel session that we are going to be having today. I want to invite everyone to please participate. Listen with your heart, and truly, if you have questions, that time would be a great opportunity for you to ask your questions. And if you have seen our flyers, you would know, you would know the caliber, you would know the extraordinarily brilliant minds that are going to sit on this panel session. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. See, I was right. I said it earlier that it would be nice to actually take feedback from the audience to know if you truly paid attention and truly if this, if the conversation was truly worth your time. It was worth my time. My notes is filled. My pad is right here. I noted down some things. And so I'll just walk into the audience. Please do not carry your face away from me. Don't, please. I am just going to walk into the audience. I'm going to look for the most glamorous, beautiful set of men and women, and I'm just going to hand over the mic to them. So I'm going to just speak about 3 people and get feedbacks from them. You're just going to share 4 things that you learned from His Excellency's keynote speech. Are we ready for that? I'm going to walk in. No, you have to be ready. You have to be ready. I'm going to walk into the audience. Okay, it's fine. If you want to volunteer, please raise up your hand. Yes. Oh, better. If you'd like to please give your feedback, please raise up your hands. Oh, thank you very much. We have one person. Please do that better. I was going to give you the mic, but you said no. Please do that better. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. You just changed my orientation about politics now. Especially when in the sort of good behavior. I always have this notion that you must be bad before you enter. Yes. My husband is a politician, but I always have this notion that if you don't know, I don't know. From what I always see in my environment. I'm born in Lagos, I'm a Lagosian. My thought to be precise. So I know how things are done. So, but from what essentially just said now, sincerely, it changed my orientation, and I think I'm willing to do some things. A mind-shifting orientation, indeed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A mind shift is indeed truly, truly. Sorry. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who else would like to volunteer to give us feedback, please? Oh, we have 2 hands at the back. Can we? Oh, 3. Great. Fantastic. Do we have another microphone to please go around in the... Do we have another microphone? Okay, so I see 2 hands at the back, but before I get to you, please let me take the young man here. Thank you very much. Please step forward. Let me give you the microphone. Thank you. So this is the rule. Before you give us your feedback, please introduce yourself. Is that okay? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Arumire Abdukoyu, and I work with Dr. Kaido Kwefa. I listened to what the former governor said, and one thing for me as a young person is I've been a fan of what you've done in Lagos. And one thing that the person here said is that the excerpt from this conversation would be widely circulated because a lot of us are not informed about how some things are done administratively, particularly when you mention that the government is the chief security officer, not the chief law officer. So it's expected that the lawyers or the intellectuals in the room are the ones to drive certain conversation on behalf of the government. So that alone is something that I think should be widely circulated so that an average person understands the nitty-gritty of governance, how it works in Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir.
Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to invite the 2 hands I see at the back. Could you please step forward, please? I'll meet you halfway. Please move forward. I see 2 hands at the back. Please come. Just walk here, and then I'll meet you halfway. Okay. I saw 2 hands. I'm saying 3 people. Oh, now 4. Okay, 2. Thank you. Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself and give us your feedback. Thank you, sir.
All protocols duly observed. I'm so privileged to see our former governor. It's a privilege meeting Mr. Fashola because he has left a legacy in Lagos that is yet unmatched. Now, to my feedback. You see, this idea that politics is a bad thing is quite a recent thing. Because according to Aristotle, he said politics is eudaimonia. That you see, everything that we do has a purpose. But he said that politics is the only thing that people do selflessly. It is public service. That is the ideal politics. Now, I want to focus on this issue that you mentioned, on anonymity. That vehicles should identify people. It should not be whether you're a rich man or otherwise. But in Lagos, in particular, most commercial vehicles in Lagos, they don't have plate numbers. They don't have. My Lord, they don't really have. That is it. So if we really want to have this issue of identification of vehicles in Lagos in particular, let us start from the commercial vehicles. That is a fact. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I want to quickly stand on existing protocol. His Excellency, thank you so much for the mind shifting lecture that you have given, like she rightly said. That being said, my name is Florence Aloaye Horace. I want to take it up from where he stopped because it actually pertains to me. Some time ago, I was a victim of one chance in Lagos. And then I reported the matter to the police command. I gave all the details because all my money from all of my accounts went. And thereafter, they started calling me because they took my phone number to bring more money. So every time I receive a call, I go to police command and then I drop the number. They were not able to track the numbers. Now, on another occasion, I saw those people. I was able to capture their plate number. And then I went back to police command. I gave them the plate number. Your Excellency, sir, these people were not, the police command people could not track these people. And what I was told was that they tracked and the information with which the car was registered were fake. So I just want to say that I think a bit more should be done when we are doing registration. Maybe verification of proper address that will be supplied. Maybe somebody should come forth like a guarantor, so that in case of anything, when you are not able to get the actual owner of that address, then you go after the guarantor. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hadiza Nasser Ahmad. I am from Kano. I came to attend your Law Week, and when I listened to the keynote address, it's very interesting. Some of the things I find very interesting, Your Excellency, is when you talk about the status quo, that the status quo has followed us from law to the political space. And you talk about that we should change it to maybe state of affairs. I think that should be the most interesting thing. Secondly, Your Excellency, you talk about as lawyers we should change the business of things. I think that's very interesting. And you also talk about the car plate number. People should identify. And the most interesting thing is when you say when you were the governor of Lagos State, they identify you with your plate number. That carrying the big man name, the big gun plate number is a very interesting one. Your Excellency, I really enjoy the keynote address. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you give His Excellency another round of applause for such excellent delivery?
Thank you very much. Please, I do not intend to overreach you. No, I will face them here. The podium was reserved for you, Your Excellency. Yes, thank you so much for the very thought-provoking keynote address. I think one thing that we can draw from there, or that we must draw from there, is that it is high time we stop focusing on the politics and we begin to focus on the people. His Excellency told us what he did after his election. Go to the people. Let me know exactly what they want and how they want it done. How many governors are still doing that today? Somebody said politics is a selfless service. And I quickly whispered to the person sitting next to me. I said, unfortunately, not in Nigeria. That is the truth. You see people that hardly find money to eat. As soon as they find their way into politics and they are elected, they become millionaires. They become billionaires. And they don't hide it either. Now, we need to begin to focus the persons. Your Excellency, yes, some of the bosses may have registration numbers. But with or without registration numbers, you need to see the way commercial vehicles are driving in Lagos State today. There was a time, and I do this occasionally, under that bridge there, you see nothing less than 6 policemen at a point with 2 vehicles staying there. And you are coming from Oba Akran, there are 2 lanes. If you're on the right lane, you are supposed to turn to the airport. If you want to make a U-turn, you must be in the inner lane. But the commercial vehicle will never do that. They will be on the right lane and they will violently turn. So one day I came down from my car and I walked to the policeman. I said, who is the head of the team here? They pointed to somebody who was sitting in the pickup. And I went to meet him. Is there a separate law for private car owners and a private for commercial vehicles? He said, why the question? I introduced myself. I said, I'm so person. I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria, and I know what the law is. But why is it that you stop one or two private vehicles here and commercial vehicles were going without any restraint, without any caution? He had no answer to give me. It was later my junior was with me, said, sir, you see, you are just wasting your time. Some of these buses are owned by the policemen who gave them out. So, sir, we need to begin to focus on the person. Just on Friday, I sent a paper to the Southwest lawyers who met in Ife. I said there should be a strategic committee of your body to visit these governors, have discussions with them. And a committee has just been suggested for this branch to enforce. We can assist in the enforcement of the law. The reason why people obey the law is the fear of sanctions. Most offenders in Nigeria today get away with it. I will stop here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Very quickly, for what? Oh, another feedback. Okay. Do I have the permission of thank you? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the final feedback for this session. Thank you, sir.
I'm so sorry for standing up late. His Excellency mentioned something very rare. He said that he looked back at his promises. We usually don't get that. And I think if you're going to run for office, all the promises should be at the back of your head. And it is a service. And that is to show that you're intentional about delivering what you were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zainab. Thank you very much. Very quickly, I'd like to... Now, if you think this conversation has inspired you and you have been ignited, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because I promise you, the conversation we're about to go into now, it's going to open your eyes so much more. I hope we are truly ready for that. And if you have not been listening, this is the right time to now. Please follow us, listen, and get into the conversation with us. It's going to be brilliant. It is going to be interesting, and it's going to be highly impactful. I truly hope we are all ready for that. Now, very quickly, I have the distinct honor of inviting an excellent moderator, one who is very excellent and good at her job. If you watch Channels News TV, you would have probably seen her face, definitely, in some of their sessions. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome the moderator who is going to be championing this conversation with a brilliant mind that is going to, continue the conversation today for the first panel session. It is my delight to make welcome the moderator of this conversation, Shola Shoyole, who is the Deputy News Editor at Channels Television. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Shola Shoyole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it's time to deepen the conversation. Please let's give His Excellency another round of applause. There's so much to unpack from what he has spoken to us about. Your Excellency, I hope that you're still here with us, and I'm going to bring you up here. Yes, please. Is it part of the deal or not? Do we still want to hear more from His Excellency? Yes. Your Excellency, you've been overruled. You've been overruled, Your Excellency. Please come up. Thank you. No protection. Your Excellency, please join us on this part of the on this side of the stage. Thank you very much. This is feedback from the people. So, also joining us on this panel is the Deputy Governorship candidate of the APC, Princess Damilola James. We also have on this panel a former governorship candidate in Lagos, and I believe he's still a governorship candidate for the upcoming 2027 elections, Mr. Funsho Doherty. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Honorable Zainab Buba Galadima, we heard from her a few minutes ago. Please join us on this side. Thank you. And last but not the least, Honorable Dr. Kayode Okwefa. All right. Thank you very much. You would find their profiles on page 17 and 18 of your brochure. So we're not going to. Sorry? So I'm not going to read their profiles. We're just going to go straight to the question. Can you hear me? Any issues? Can we play the profiles? Do you want us to play the profiles? It will take time. I think there are a lot of questions and a lot of issues, so I think we should just go right into it. This panel discussion, and His Excellency has already alluded to it, is going to explore the critical intersection between legal institutions, political leadership, electoral process, and the broader responsibility of government. And if you look at our panelists, they've been carefully chosen because of the expertise that each of them is going to bring. So I think that we should give MBA IKEJA another round of applause. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. Your Excellency, I'm going to start with you. You already told us that one of the most important foundations of good governance is the rule of law. You also said that when laws are clear and consistently applied, prosperity is more likely to follow. And we all know about judicial precedents. When laws are clear, when laws are certain, I mean, it should just follow that if this is what the law is, then everybody should abound. But there's something that we say in Nigeria, and I know a lot of people will bear me witness. We say that when big people are on trial, the law is always tested. Somebody said it in this room that in Lagos, it is the Danfo drivers who are, so it might not even be true that it's just big people. It's the Danfo drivers in Lagos who break the law. But most often we hear that the law is often tested when big people are on trial. So the question I want to ask Your Excellency is, when you were in office, how did you navigate those political tensions between law and governance? Your Excellency, is the question clear? As a lawyer who transitioned into executive leadership, how did you navigate the tension between what the law requires and what politics sometimes demands?
Well, I think that you are trying to take us back to the old definition
of status quo
of politics. I think what the law requires is clear. The judiciary has the final say on interpreting the law, and irrespective of whatever political leaning, accountability demands that if you infringe on the law, you account before the judiciary. So it has little or nothing to do with anybody's political affiliation. And once you set the example that the law will be applied equally and evenly, I think everybody will see that compliance is in their own best interest.
Thank you, Excellency. Because when we put out the feedback that we were going to have you on this panel, a lot of people had sent in questions. And this was one of the questions that featured prominently. And so I just thought to get that out of the way, because people wanted to know when big people are on trial, it seems that the law is tested. In fact, in my office in Channels, we have a joke. People would say, when they see me, they would say, corrupt lawyer. And especially the political correspondent, Sheon Kibaloyo, they say, oh, corrupt lawyer, if the law is clear, why are your lawyers taking different sides? I mean, what status quo is depends on who is interpreting it. This lawyer is saying one thing, the other lawyer, all from the same ruling, all from the same court order. And then status quo is suddenly not straightforward. So when they say, corrupt lawyer, the lawyers are at it again. Sometimes I don't know how to respond. Sometimes I would say, oh, it's the politicians who are corrupting the lawyers. And I don't know if, but sometimes that is my response to them. And so it often seems like if the law is clear, why then do we have, because you've said, let's do away with status quo. Why then do we have different interpretations? And I hear what you said to, what you said about making sure that status quo is what the law is at that time. How do we interpret status quo? Because it yields, different interpretations to different people. And I don't know if you have anything further to say to clear that up.
If you give me a choice, I will say nothing.
Because you don't want to give us headlines.
So now that you have given me a choice, I have nothing to say.
Do we let His Excellency go? Okay. Your Excellency, the other question that also featured prominently that was, having served at both state and federal levels, what reforms do you think are needed to ensure major infrastructure projects that would survive changes in governments? Because you find that one administration comes and does something, and then another administration comes and it doesn't last, it doesn't survive.
So, first off, we use some people, not all of us, some people used to erroneously think that policy reversals in government was a Nigerian thing. And we were not ready to look beyond what we knew. But as I pointed out to some of my colleagues, that just across the Atlantic, we've seen major policy reversals in what appeared to be a country of example. And just to show that it's a human rather than a Nigerian thing. And that is a function of how we are raised, how big our egos are, and what control we have for our egos. But truth be told, I think we must have a consensus, and I've spoken about this publicly lately, about some things, and so it would help us perhaps hold ourselves to the same standards. So if we need a road that goes from Lagos to Calabar, for example, there must be really no debate about whether that road should then, once we have an agreement that it should be done. What we will be debating is who can do it more effectively, more cost efficiently, and so on and so forth. And of course, there's always a temptation to define governance by monuments. And so who builds more? And who builds bigger? Rather than whether what is built is working. And when we tear each other's heads and hearts out and say, oh, we don't have a maintenance culture, I say to people, maintenance is not a culture, it's an economy. So if you inherit infrastructure assets, what is your responsibility and your understanding that those assets will cost more to rebuild today? Why don't I get a lot more out of them by maintaining them? And in the process of issuing those maintenance contracts, you will create more work for the young people we often say we are concerned about, but we can't connect with a job. And look, if we legislate whatever we like, we've made enough laws. But as I said, we must now demonstrate our own fidelity to the laws that we made by ensuring that we voluntarily comply. We don't need people to be chasing us around. And I hope that this body of the NBA will take some steps beyond just listening to one another and work with institutions like the Office of the Attorney General, Commissioner for Transportation, Commissioner for the Environment, and so on and so forth, to move the needle in terms of compliance and enforcement. And I think I've said enough.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you for connecting it back to law and the role that we all need to play. Let me come to you, Mr. Okwefa, Dr. Okwefa. And because we're talking about infrastructure and public institutions and the role that we all can play, what lessons have you learned about building public institutions that can outlast the administrations that created them?
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon, sorry. I think let me start by inviting me to sit with my former Oga, who I must say had impacted my life.
Peter, they say you should speak into the mic.
Thank you for inviting me to be on the same stage with my former Oga, who had impacted my life, in a better way and bigger way than I would have imagined. Thank you, sir. Now, to the MBA IKEJA, thanks for this opportunity. Let me go this way. In any infrastructure or any governance system for national development, three things are critical for sustainability. One is the statutes, the laws, the regulations, whatever comes around, constitution, whatever. Then the second one is the structures. Then the third one is the processes. And that's what the speaker alluded to. If you have those three things properly done.
Can we hear? We can't hear him.
Sorry, if you have those three things properly done, I will not be like an agbero. So if you have those three things in place, that is the structure, the statutes, the regulation, that's one. Then two is the structures. Then three is the processes. You will have your infrastructure to be sustainable. And number one there is the law. And because we're in this environment today, I'd had it in mind to mention it, and because Governor Fashola is here, I will raise it. Before a tenure in 2007, Lagos State had gone to court, I think about 20 or so times, against the federal government on aspect of true federalism. And many a times the state won. And two things happened. Let me say three things happened. We needed to safeguard the waterways. We needed to provide to the people of Lagos, because that's one of the things they requested during the talk, that they wanted the waterway improved. And there was no way to go about it, because the national law was believed to have restricted us. So Lagos State enacted a law called the Lagos State Water Authority Law. And the law repealed the federal law. A lot of people will say that's going against the norm. And we went for a meeting with the federal government, and the Secretary to Government, former Senate President, said, "You guys are bold. How can you use a state law to repeal a federal law?" Then the Attorney General responded. Then it was, I think it was Adebayo, and he said, "We have done what we believe is right. If you are not comfortable, tell the federal government to go to court." And some individuals went to court. And you know what happened the last 2 months or so? Governor Fashola was part of the team with Dr. Banere, and the Supreme Court adjudged that the Lagos State government was right. Everybody thought the state government was wrong. Also, during the current president's tenure as governor, Lagos State government established LASMA. There was even no law when LASMA was established. And when it was being threatened by court cases, the state government enacted the law. Till today, nobody had challenged that law. And LASMA now exists in almost 30 states of the Federation. That's challenged the law. And the most important one is the one that's been likely the headline, the traffic issues. When it was so tough to manage crime, it was so tough to manage the insecurity on the streets, we enacted the Lagos traffic law. Many people did not know how it came about. The governor called me and said, no, I sought to see the. I said, sir, what's your opinion about this Okada? I'm becoming confused. You are going this way, you are coming this way. The governor said, what's your own view? I said, sir, you engage me. And he said, you know what? It's an economic issue. But for governance, we must do something. Go and think about it. For 4 years, we thought about it. When we came out with the Road Traffic Law 2012, the judiciary embraced it. The legislature embraced it. And the Okada riders embraced it. And 30 days before the implementation of the law, Lagosians comply up to 85%. Before the day the law was to start implementation, people had already accepted the law. That means when you have the appropriate legal system, that is the law now, and you have the appropriate structures, the agencies, LASMA, LASWA, LAMATA, and the rest in place, then you now have the appropriate processes and the right people, you build institutions. So the answer is this. When you marry the legal system with proper people to manage the governance, and you have in place the appropriate structures to implement the law and engage with the people, because that's what they wanted you to do, you get results. I stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Somebody already said in this room that some of the cars in Lagos are not registered, and that perhaps it's time to start bringing guarantors to verify. We should start from the process of verifying even addresses. But I wanted to ask, from your experience and with what you've said, from your experience in transportation, have you noticed, is there any legal or regulatory gaps that continue to slow progress in that area, and what more can be done in terms of reforms?
In life, I personally don't see the negative side of issues anymore. I focus on the opportunity to make it work right. But let me say this. For Lagos, I can tell you and I can vouch. If you register a vehicle in Lagos state, there is a record. And you cannot re-register a vehicle again in Lagos state. I can tell you that for sure. For every plate number you see in Lagos state, the Lagos state system has the correct address and the information about that individual. However, somebody gave a case of what happened to her. Probably, in my view, I think the security people just don't want to move ahead. I can give you an example, and I'm going to quote it. Please permit me. There was a time there was bombings in this country on some parts of Nigeria, and the security people were worried about how to track down the vehicles. Information about those vehicles were always sent to Lagos. And I can tell you, 10 out of 10 times, we figure out the owner, where the person who registered the vehicles lives, or the address he quoted. And when we matched that with two other information, we were able to type it down to that most of these vehicles are Golf, Volkswagen. They are mostly red in color. And here are the addresses of the people that owns the vehicle, and secretly, the federal government got those people. And I can also tell you that for Lagos, the number of, I can talk during our tenure, the number of offenders, vehicle traffic offenders, of commercial and private vehicles are significantly not different in terms of percentage. It's always over 53 to 70, 47, 52 to 48, which are significantly not different. So whether it is private or commercial in Lagos, I can speak for Lagos, and I can also speak for the Federal Capital Territory, it's the same. The drivers are not trained drivers. They are Okada riders or somebody who's looking for a job. He ends up as a driver, and I pass it from me to Mr. Adeshino, then to our incumbent deputy governor. That's what we have. So this institute, driver institute, was instituted in Lagos to make sure that if you want to operate as a professional driver, you go to the institute. We also keep records there. So, and then the national government also has an authority, has a responsibility to keep record. But constitutionally, Nigerians don't know that record is a subnational responsibility. So we challenged it in 2008 in Lagos to introduce the Lagos State driver's license. And the Federal Road Safety Commission, Commission, protested, and the matter was taken to the President Yaradua. I think it was 2007 or so. And the Attorney General then, Mr. Owan Doka, told Mr. President, Lagos State is right. Driver license is a municipal responsibility, so the state has a right to do it. However, for security reasons and for uniformity, they now adopted the Lagos State driver license system. If you check your driver license, you will see they say unified. Yes. It's because they said for all the countries. It was an agreement. And they also say Lagos State has a right to go ahead and do its own, but must do it with the same system. And every state of Nigeria should be able to do its own. But for the period of the first 4 years, let us use the unified. And I can tell you, very soon, you will see the Lagos State driver license. The reason why I'm saying this is this. The driver license is an identification. It's a security document. Once people have understanding that that document has their data, it has their footprint. The only thing the federal government, through the operation, was allowed to do was to own the capture and the database. That's why on your driver license, we check it, the person who signs it is the chief VIO of every state. So it is a state government document. So if you have every state doing what Lagos has done, that's a motor vehicle administration agency, there will be all these issues will go down. And that is why in Lagos, your vehicle cannot be a public transport if it doesn't carry a Lagos plate number. All those plate numbers are structured. People should be bold enough to challenge the system. And that is what we are talking today. Going against the no. If we challenge the system, you will see that the system already protects you. The system already has safeguards. And the system has enough capacity to decipher what you think it is complex. But the fear in us to stay with the status quo is what has kept us to this level. So I want to challenge everybody here. If you see a downfall driver that moves wrongly, just pick the plate number, send it to the Lagos State government. I can tell you the commissioner for transport will tell you the owner, his address, and every information about that driver. And if you want to prove it further, challenge the government within 24 hours, they will parade the driver for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kwefa. I could hear a lot of but we'll come back to you. Please, let's come this way. Let's come to Honorable Zainab Galadima. She's a lawyer, a politician, and a social advocate.
Oh,
and
I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You're not a lawyer. I apologize.
It's all right.
I noticed your intervention earlier when you were talking about campaign promises and what Governor Fashola did at that time when he said he went back to the people to seek their. I noticed that you pointed that out. But I want to ask, what having worked with governments as an advocate for change, from your perspective, what are the biggest factors responsible for the gap between campaign promises and government outcomes in Nigeria, and how can citizens and institutions help with bridging that gap?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's an honor. Campaign promises. A lot of people make campaign promises when they're in the heat of campaigns, and sometimes they fail to realize that when they get in, first of all, you have to be intentional, like I said. But when they get in, they realize that what they think from outside is not exactly what it is in the inside. So I've been, on the corridors of power, and I've realized that it is not as easy as people make it seem to be, especially politicians. Some do that because they want to get elected, they want to sound sweet, and they want to tell people what they want to hear.
What they think people want to hear.
Yes. So when they get there, they realize it is not so. Maybe the funds are not available. Maybe there are so many factors that can slow down those promises. And a lot of people, maybe, let's say, for example, now the funds are available and they get there. They probably have spent a lot of money to get there. So they need to start by recouping. So it becomes a recovery rather than service to some people. So it's really difficult for people that get in there and not do what they're supposed to do. And sometimes you realize that okay, they got there. All they need is just to be there. And to return is not a problem because, you know, the power of incumbency and stuff. So they don't really act on those promises and make sure that they deliver them because really I don't think they're patriotic enough, which comes with that intention. And, you know, we have a lot of governments or a lot of states or people that get elected and they get there and they just, you know, enjoy the perks of the office.
So what can the citizens and institutions do differently to bridge the gap?
Yes, and democracy is not just an event. It is a continuous process, and there's citizen disengagement, you know, and then the system is weak as well. So a lot of we don't have that culture of asking for transparency and accountability from our, you know, people that serve us, that are supposed to serve us. So we just, you know, ignore all these things, and at the end of the day, we pay dearly for it because any promise unkept affects development, affects, you know, the well-being of the citizens. So I think people also do not understand the kind of power they have. You know, we do not have that knowledge of the power we have as a people to seek for accountability and transparency from our leaders, and that is why we are way behind, and that is why a lot of citizens feel, you know, and most of them, they're being paid. So when they pay you for your votes, for example, they don't
owe you anything.
Exactly. So,
but as a body of lawyers, what do you think that we can do differently? What should we be doing more of?
Well, like I said, we need to create awareness, and we need to engage a lot of. There are so many institutions that should take this up by demanding that these people are responsible for, you know,
promises that they've made to us.
And it doesn't just have to be lawyers, civil societies, citizens, you know, all those different institutions. I think we need to come together and also educate, you know, the citizens that, educate the citizens that, look, this is more than just, you know, just an event. This is like a whole term or a lifetime. This is what we should be doing. And yeah.
Let me quickly throw this one in. What practical reforms do you think will increase women's participation in governance?
Number one, I think there should be an enabling and supportive environment where a lot of women feel, you know, a bit maybe scared, if I might say, that just like His Excellency once said, that there's bad behavior, and women sometimes are at the receiving end. For example, they feel like maybe they'll be judged, you know, by other people, or maybe the terrain is a bit dirty, as some people say. And maybe there's discrimination because of gender, and maybe they see a woman as somebody that is weak. So women tend to play into that, and it gives them, it makes them insecure. And there's a mindset that we have. Maybe it's because of the culture or religion, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. They call you names and stuff. So I think what we need to do is encourage women, mentor them, create an enabling environment, also create situations whereby women have to participate. I can give you an example. After I came back from school from England, and I was just sitting down, and my father saw me, and he was like, "Oh, you said you're an activist. You're always talking. Why don't you go and participate?" And I just went out and collected a form. And I went to the national level. So I didn't know that you have to go to the ward level. So that was my first crime in politics. And they were like, "Oh, she's arrogant." And then they heard me speak in English. "Oh, this one doesn't even pray." you know, and you know, when you're faced with, and it's a local government thing, and I ran as a councillor, and I won. But before I won, it was a very big challenge for me to actually convince them that, look, I'm just here to serve. It's not about, I would have gone for a higher office, but I think I had about 5 or 6 degrees at that time, master's degrees and bachelor's degrees. And they were like, oh, you know, she's so arrogant. She thinks she's, you know, all that. But I just wanted to, you know, contribute. And it was so difficult. And when I got there, I made promises as well. So when I got there, I realized, oh my God, did I just shoot myself in the leg? So there are a lot of, you know, challenges that women face. And this thing about gender, that women feel like, oh, I'm a woman, I shouldn't be. First of all, me as a person, I grew up with 7 brothers. So I never saw myself as a woman, you know. So they don't judge me based on me, my gender. They judge me
based on what you can do.
No, they judge me on whose daughter I am.
Oh, okay.
So that is where they victimize me. But it's okay. It's how you face it. And I believe women should summon the courage to, you know, face, you know, this life situations. After all, we give birth to babies and, you know, thank you.
Thank you. Let's talk to a woman who's facing the challenge. Let's talk to Princess Damilola Sonayo James, the deputy governorship candidate of in Lagos State. Having reasoned through the party structures, what changes do you think that political participation, what changes should we make that will make political participation more accessible and transparent, especially for women? Because we've heard sometimes the politics is at night, sometimes it's very late, women can't attend, women can't take part in some of the things. And a lot of people in the room have also said politics is dirty. I mean, someone came up here to say politics is dirty. I tell my husband, if you have to go in there, you have to have your head screwed on properly. But, you know, what do you think are some of the changes that we can make to make politics more transparent and more accessible so that more women like you and I can come in there?
Thank you very much. Before I press forward, I would like to say indeed, I'm amazingly thrilled that I'm seated here with someone who inspired me to go into politics, His Excellency Babatunde Rajafashola. I returned back from the UK I was just a returnee, and I thought nation building was at the center of my heart. And seeing everything he did with so much excellence, I had a different view. He didn't have to talk to me. I found myself in politics. I think as someone who has gone through the ladders of political structure like APC or Progressive Congress, that has been intentional about their entire structural based process, I'll be honest with you. It is not cast in stone. It's not something impossible. But we realize that a lot of people go into politics with different motives. The structure is there. The people are there to unhold you. But we have a lot of mindset even before we enter politics. And a lot of people limit themselves because of all of these perceptions, assumptions that we hear. I joined politics without knowing anybody. But one of the things I did differently is I took responsibility. I volunteered. I was always looking and scouting for gaps where my value, my competence could add value. You can't go into a room and expect the room to move for you. You must be able to contribute to the moving of the room. And that's my entire story. So as someone who grew through the cadres of politics, I think All Progressive Congress is a structured political ecosystem. That's not campaigning, I'm honest. If you look at it, I know. You see, it is. And why do I say that? They are the only political, I mean, when I was going to join politics, I was objective. They are the only political ecosystem that captures every sector of the community, from the market women to the world level, to the CDC, to the CDA, to the religious institutions. And for me, I thought I could learn from that structure. And that was why I found myself there. And they have never failed me for one day. It was not so much about who I knew. My father was late. I didn't have anybody. I went there objectively. I started at the grassroots. I want to tell you something. You can't expect to change what you do not know. You can't expect to solve a problem you know nothing about. Remember what I said, assumptions. We would always have this ideal in our head. If I do it this way, it will turn out this way. And that's why we're talking about policies and then politicking. They are two, disjointed things that we're trying to merge together. The policy is important, you know it, but the politicking as well, it's important you go down to the level of the people who are going to be the beneficiaries of the policy. A lot of times I've realized that the people who develop the policies, they are not really aware of what the problems are until you go back and engage. So when a policy is developed, it is important that you go to the people. You must be able to understand the minds of the people. I came from Badagry. When I lived in Badagry, I was a privileged child. So I can feel the pain of the people. It required me going back to that place, sitting at their level to understand their needs, their pain points, and all of the issues around lack of good governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you because I want us to be able to take a lot of questions from the floor. So we'll come back to you. But let's go to Mr. Doherty. Please get your questions ready. After Mr. Doherty, we'll take questions from the floor before our panelists wind up. Coming from a background, Mr. Doherty, coming from a background in financial governance, what lessons from the private sector do you think that governments should adopt more seriously?
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers
Let's have one house. Let's hear him.
I want to thank the organizers of today's session and thank you for having me. So, there's this sense that we have that the private sector and the public sector are so different from one another. And that maybe what works in the private sector cannot work in the public sector. And to some extent, that sort of underlies maybe a little bit of the question that you're asking. And it is true that there are many differences between the public sector and the private sector, but there are also many similarities. And some of the things that work in the private sector, those private sector organizations that work, many of them can also, especially in this area of financial governance, be transferred to the public sector. And I'll speak about a few of them. Before I do that, let me just say that there are many organizations in the private sector that are poorly run and that do not work. And if you see them, there's not much difference between them and how you think of an inefficient government institution. They are similar because they're operated by human beings. If they don't have the right policies, the right rules, they don't follow those rules. If they don't have good people running them, they will look similar. But what are some of these similarities that can work across both terrains? One is that if you are intentional about things like hiring, compensation, and working conditions, because we are human beings. The people that work in government, they are human beings. The people that work in private sector, they are human beings. Human beings respond to incentives. So if you create the right conditions around hiring, compensation, and those systems, you will get the benefit whether you're in the private sector or in the public sector. You may say it is more difficult to do it in the public sector because there are more stakeholders, right? But that's a function of the extent to which you are resolute to push those things through, and how much as a leader you want to push it through. So that's number one. Number two is in the area of what I would call, control, surveillance, and inspection. In other words, where you have the rules, you have to have a mechanism for ensuring that people are following the rules. And in private sector organizations, particularly large private sector organizations, like large public sector organizations, don't assume that because the rules are there, people are going to follow them. And don't assume that because people are not following the rules, that you will know that they are not following the rules. There actually has to be an intentional structures and processes within the administration to be actively determining whether, in fact, people are following those rules or not. So this is what I call surveillance inspectorate. And by the way, it's not as if these departments do not exist, right? They exist in the public sector. You have audit departments, you have control departments, you have surveillance departments. But are they doing the work that they are supposed to identify, in fact, whether people are following the rules or not? So that's the second thing. The third, then, is what do you do with the outcome of those things? So this is where you talk about the compensation and the consequence and reward systems, right? In other words, what consequences are there for people who are not following the rules or doing the right thing? And are those consequences diligently applied? And if they are doing the right thing, are there reward systems that reward them? Right? That is a system of incentives that will impact human behavior, whether you're in the private sector or whether you're in the public sector. The reason why people do the wrong things is because there are no consequences for doing the wrong thing. This is why you see Nigerians, their behavior in Murtala Mohammed Airport is white. When they are black, when they get to Heathrow Airport, their behavior is opposite. These same people. Right? People will be here, they will subvert the system every chance they get, transfer them to somewhere where the system is working, where there are rules, and they become the most compliant people you ever find. Right? So this is part of what I say is that, yes, I'm glad the title of theme today is challenging the status quo. Even though we will amend that now to challenging the state of affairs, as my predecessor governor has said. But it's one of these things where we have to change that idea that the public sector is this behemoth that operates according to these rules. Is similar to the way we think about politics. When I came into politics, they say, this is politics. Especially if you're somebody coming from the private sector, this is politics. As if this is a different world, though. Leave all those things that you know behind, right? But we have to challenge that idea that government cannot operate on the principles, practices, procedures, and behaviors that apply in well-run organizations. It may be more difficult. It may require that we implement. And by the way, none of this is about writing new laws. None of this is about writing new rules. The codes of conduct exist, as His Excellency said. In fact, I made note of it when he said it. He never said about laws, passing the right laws. He always used the term implementing the laws. The laws always exist, though. They are there. Everything you want to see in the code of conduct is there. Conflict of interest rules, all those things, they are there. Do we implement them? Do we follow them? That's the key.
Let me quickly ask you one final question before we go to the floor. Your political journey has taken you through several parties. I know about the ADC and I think now the NDC. And what does that say about the strength or the weaknesses of our political parties and their ideology in Nigeria? Because We're talking about law and leadership and the ballot and governance beyond politics. Because she alluded earlier to the structure that she met in the APC, which is giving her confidence.
Yeah, and it's a good question. And I will say that not only have I gone to 3 parties, I will also tell you that I have attended in the last 6 months 4 conventions, right? And there are many others who are in opposition who will tell you the same thing. And my situation is not rare. Okay, so that should tell us something. It should tell us something. When you see people moving like that en masse, not isolated, it's not because they want to. Because there's a cost associated each time you move. Because you build structures, you build this. Yes, you carry some of your structures, but there are things that you sort of have to rebuild along the way. So it's not because people want to. But I will also say that there's an element of this that is about the level of development of our political system. His Excellency said that democracy is a journey. It's a very long journey. So there's almost something called like I view it like, this a room of lawyers and I'm in the minority, I'm not as learned. But there's something in the area of economics we call the Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Where in economics, it's when you satisfy, basic things like hunger and so on, that you start to get to the higher order things of, quality of life, and then self-actualization, those higher values, right? So in politics, in our environment, if you are fighting for survival, political survival, ideology to some extent takes a bit of a back foot. Do you see what I mean? It's really, what do I have to do to be on the ballot in the first place, right? And so you see a lot of that, right? There's also things like, ethnicity and so on that factor in and sort of raise themselves higher than, ideology in our setting. But I just want to say that I am an optimist about our democratic systems. I understand that, these things take generations. And, many of us, we look at, how long have we as Nigeria been in existence? How long is a democracy? In one way, you can think of it as a very long time. But you can also, in another sense, also look at it as, in the grand scheme of things, not a very long time in terms of democracies and the development of democracies. And I think if we all just continue to do our bit, whether incumbent, opposition, I think we'll get there.
Chairman Planning Committee, how many more minutes do we have? 10. So can we take questions from the floor? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate IKEJA branch as usual. Thank you for this law week. Thank you for a thought-provoking topic. I also appreciate the panelists, every one of them. Madam, I'm happy I met you, and I'm not disappointed. I apologize for coming a bit late, though. I was racing through traffic to meet Mr. Fashola's talk, but unfortunately, the distance between Ogun State High Court and Lagos defeated me, but I'm glad I'm here. Now, we've been talking about changing the state of affairs. By the way, mine is not a question, it's an observation. Oh, pardon me. My name is Toyin Bashorun. I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. I practice in Lagos. I'm from Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I am a Lagosian. So, yes, I see His Excellency smiling, and I know why he's smiling, but I won't say anything. He used to beat me in primary school. So, really, mine is really a deep observation. And the observation really is that, pardon me, please, everyone. You see, going by how the discussion has gone, I see that the main issue really is the human factor. What is the psychological mindset of those we put in authority? What we're celebrating today is not so much determination, willpower. Yes, it is. But it is also a mindset. Before you step forward to say, oh, I'm coming to this or that, what are the thoughts you have? What are the things you've seen and observed? Mr. Fashola was successful because he had been thinking, and you can see that from his antecedents, as in, why should this be so? What should we do differently? Mr. Duarte spoke about outcomes, consequences, reward system. What is happening now? The status quo for me, or the state of affairs, is not what we're talking about. It is how to handle the influx of people into Lagos. No matter what policy or what you choose to want to do, you are working with a mindset, with a demography, numbers. Then you wake up one day and you find that 3 trailer loads of people have entered Lagos. Now, how do you handle that? The pressure on the system, the pressure on the infrastructure, the welfare, the funds is so much that it will make a fool of anybody trying to do anything. Those are the things we should address. Then when it comes to the issue of consequences and compensation, I thank you, sir. I've always wanted to meet you, and I'm happy I did. Now, in the civil service today, somebody starts from level 4, works his way up to, I think, level 15 or something like that, becomes a director, still within age, has a hope that I might get to the helm of affairs, and has planned as such. Sir, something that, Your Excellency, sir, I'm sorry if I can have your attention. Then something happens, and Titilayo from somewhere just comes and they put the person as PS. That automatically kills morale. The person will not come to work early anymore because he looks at the years he's put in. Now, it's not even about that person. It's about the person coming behind. No, you see, those are the things we should address. We have to create systems that are bigger, stronger than any individual. Mr. Fashola got off from traffic one day and challenged a colonel or a general that if I, as governor, I'm not going on BRT lane, why are you doing it? And we humans were very fearful. Once we meet a crazy governor who is ready to implement, why will we stand straight? So really, let's look at our mind. No, not you, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Please, that is where I would like us to, God, I'd like us to address that factor too, because we are there. It is the human effect, the willpower, and how we're willing. I mean, the English people worked on their system. Whether you know it or not, they've taken your photograph. They used to do it in Lagos. It was you, Mr. Kweifa. They would say, go to the asylum. Let them check your mental health. Everybody started driving properly. So I think where there is a will, there must be a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. Do we have more questions? 1, 2. Can we take just 3, 4 more? Mr. Chairman, 3, 4 more questions. Okay, please come to the front. Can I have a lady?
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. My name is Luke Odia Dennis. I'm a lawyer. My question, one thing I realized with Nigeria is the system. We have issues with the system. So I want to use the instance of Edo State. I grew up in Edo State, and our former governor, Godwin Obaseki, introduced a lot of changes, especially in the area of technology. He introduced technology, digital technology in education, and even in revenue, collection. So he built, one thing we realized then was that he built a system. He was not just interested in capital projects that people can see. He built a system. Teachers were made to appear in classes on time. Before he came, teachers will go out to sell and they will leave their students in class. But he built a system. And then my question is that he talked about bringing the private sector into government. But when we realized that what the former governor tried to do as a private man was to bring the private sector into governance. But as at the moment, it has been overturned by the current administration. My question is that, is it really feasible? Is it really feasible? It's not just for us to talk about it. Is it feasible to really build systems that continues after the person has left in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. My name is Okelio Ohaba. I am from Port Harcourt branch of the MBA. My question is an intervention and a question to the government, because I see a lot of persons in government sitting in the panel, or persons who have served in government. And that is, we have all been saying the same thing. We are not lacking in laws. We don't have the mechanisms, or we have the mechanisms for the implementation of the laws, but nobody is driving it. What is the government doing to set the tone? Because, like Doherty pointed, that when you leave the shores of Nigeria, you go over there, you fall in line. You are falling in line because there is a system, there is a mechanism. The government there sets the tone that the people are falling in line with. Why is our own tone toneless in Nigeria? Thank you.
I'm Akiyemi Rafiat Omolola. My question is that, how best can we undo issue of tout and legalism on our Lagos road? Why I ask this question is that something happened in front of my office. A client came to visit us and his car broke down in the front of the office. Less than 2 minutes or 3 minutes, we just saw those guys. So I was just like, what is happening? The same thing on Oshodi Road. If we count, I don't even know, there are countless of touts on that road, and I know that this is affecting everybody. So I don't know how can we do best? Or how can we even help as a lawyer? Let me just put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Without wasting time, I would like to, even though I do not have the benefit of listening to His Excellency Mr. Fashola and the other panelists, save for Mr. Duarte, but having ruminated over the theme and the discussion that we're supposed to have, that we're having now, I'm thinking that there has to be a deliberate effort at promoting civic responsibility right from the basic schools. If you don't inculcate the ideals of a responsible citizens in the minds of every Nigerian, right from the childhood, we cannot achieve any progress. A lot of people who you see come to the front at events like this, speak grammars, play the morality, card, still go out there and do terribly than the people we're actually criticizing. That is the truth. But we all need to ask ourselves, what is the problem? And I think this problem is the upbringing. We must learn the basic responsibilities of each and every one of us as a citizen and what the society expects from us as we grow up. And that is why we should start now by engaging political parties, stakeholders, administrators, and ensure that we start this now. If we don't start now, the future may be worse than what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former General Secretary of the NBA. I'm going to take responses from you. I'm sorry that we cannot take any more questions, but our panelists are still around, so we can still engage them after this. All right, sir. A lot of the questions have centered on reforms. What can we do better? What can we do differently? So I'd like to hear your comments on those.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that, like I started off, Governor Fashola government, best known to me, was on law and order. Was on law and order. And he made it clear to everybody in the cabinet. In Lagos at that time, there was nothing like do not do open defecation. But people were not openly defecating. You know why? There was an environmental law and there was an enforcement agency, CAI, and they enforced the law. That is law enforcement. When we wanted to change the perspectives and the narratives of the downfall drivers, we started putting road signs on the road. And funny enough, Lagosians started, there was no social media that much then. They started saying they saw a downfall driver that reversed from a zebra crossing. Because within 1 month, they got to understand that that thing is not zebra crossing. It was meant for people to cross. And downfall drivers in Lagos started stopping at zebra crossing. Downfall drivers used to pass through Alausa public transport. And we wanted to change. We did not make any announcement. We just installed road signages. And before we knew it, they knew how not to pass through Alausa. So they are human beings. We are all human beings. It is the government that must first play the role to instill that, they call it Montessori education. So the same way, the citizens too will genuinely obey. But when we, the leaders, fail them, now you see people do the thing. I think I don't want to use the governor's analogy. You say Mr. John Thomas, that people just misbehave. So we need to first understand that a country or a system where the statutes, the legislations, the rules, the laws are not there will not survive. But we have the laws, so we should survive. Then we now have, like I said, the structures must be there. And we do have structures. Everybody is copying Lagos because they know Lagos has structures. Then the system, the procedures, the individuals that will run government must be carefully selected. And where they are not, they are bound by the laws and the structures. They will fall in line. I have no assumptions that it will not work. When one government told us we should queue, they brought out Bulala. When Lagos said no more Okada, I'm going to repeat it for emphasis. The chief judge of Lagos was at the signing room. I think it was on August 2 or August 8. And we set the effective date on September 1. And between that 30 days period, we noticed that trailers of Okadas were leaving Lagos. Nobody was enforcing. Because they knew the leadership will do the needful. And by the time we started the enforcement, people have left the roads. For information, just to close, when we made the list of routes, it was in conjunction with Okada riders and their leadership. We sent it to the local governments for verification. Do you agree? They added more routes. It came back from the local government. We passed it at the executive council. We sent it to the National State Assembly. They added more roads. A particular local government had no roads. The local government chairman said, no, we must put something there. Otherwise, all the Okadas in Lagos will move to Epe. So they added 4. And within 30 days, like I said, 80 to 85% compliance was established. And we said the police must not arrest Okada carrying gun. They must not use gun because we wanted it to be citizen-based. Then, I can say, the governor did a poll. And the poll, I'll round up, the poll says we will lose the next election if we enforce the law. The governor said, go and do another poll. What do we need to do? They said engagement. We engage the people. So put those three things in context. Engage the people. They are not daft. They are human beings. They will adjust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Zainab. Please go ahead. Your interventions, questions from the floor.
Well, I realized that most of the questions were, from Lagos, but just like what the last speaker said, I think communicating is very much important, between the government and the people whenever there are changes or policies, introduced, so as to get compliance and for smooth, operation of everything. So Nigerians are not, they're very, very law abiding once they know that there are consequences for actions. And somebody said, what can we do? How can we, get people to comply? In my mind, I was saying maybe we don't have enough prisons, or maybe we should get people, beat them or something. But really, Nigerians, when you remember the seatbelt thing, and when it was introduced, they say you pay a fine of 1,500 naira. But if they catch you, you pay 5,000. So as soon as you sit in your car, the first thing you do is just to put your seatbelt. It's not that you can't afford the 1.5, but the thought of parting with your 1.5 just like that. So I think we should be intentional about implementation and making sure that things work. Once we do that, things will work for us. And Nigerians here and abroad, they're still the same people. It's just that they know that the system is so weak because sometimes the leaders do not put their feet down.
So we should be intentional about making things work.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Doughty.
Okay, thank you. I just want to touch on one of the questions that was, questions that was raised about the, this thing about private sector and government and all of that. I think that there's also a tendency to view the bringing in of private sector into the activities of government as unequivocally a good thing. In other words, the more we can bring private sector in, the better, right? And I think that should not be assumed all the time, right? Because there are times when government, there are spaces where government needs to have a bigger role, right? There are spaces where government cannot abdicate to the private sector. There are spaces where the private sector does not have the capacity or will overlook certain segments of society if they are left to provide those services alone. So I think we should be more diligent in the way in which we use the private sector and really be more, focus more on areas where we are seeing failure in services to the people because we have left things too much to the private sector, and then maybe dial it back a little bit. On this point also, I want to say that whenever we engage the private sector in activities that are traditionally being for government, which is not necessarily a bad thing, in other words, areas like PPP and so on, we must do it in a way that ensures that the objectives of going into it, which ultimately at the root of it, as His Excellency said, is the welfare and security of the people, that is not sacrificed in those arrangements. And I think that is another area that it is important that as we change the state of affairs, let us not forget the fundamental purpose of government.
Your final words about altering the status quo and going against the norm. Mr. Doughty, your final words on what's the key thing that you want us to take away on altering the state of affairs and going against the norm.
Well, I think we just have to challenge existing assumptions. I think part of what is holding us back is that we have a mindset about what is possible in the public service. We have a mindset about, the what we can expect, right, of government. And I think that we have to look beyond that. And there's nothing about our environment fundamentally that says that the things that we like in well-governed countries, let us say, is beyond us. No. I think that in the same way in which, we look at those things and we like them, we have to look at the things that we have achieved. We then look at the areas where we have shortcomings and then address ourselves to them. And not it's this idea that it's the Nigerian factor or it's the Nigerian way or, there's that kind of work in Nigeria or this is politics. They are all, they are all shades of the same thing. Yeah. Is that this is how it is. Let's just walk within the system the way it is. And you need that different perspective. That's somebody that's going to come in. And His Excellency, when he came in, if you remember his tenure, in many ways he broke that mold. In many ways he broke that mold. And actually, even though he operated within a system that is the same system that has existed for 30 years, people remember that space, right? Because of the things he did within his first term, he was able to attain almost like a self-actualized mandate to do things in the second term that went beyond the system he was operating in.
Thank you very much. Princess, please go ahead. Yes. Please go ahead. Respond to some of the issues that have been raised on the floor.
Okay. I would like to go with the last one. I think let's take everything back to individuals. It all starts with you and I. I want to challenge you today. National development is not only for politicians, neither is it for administrators. It's for all of us because we're all beneficiary of the nation. I started, as I said, as a volunteer. I started by first taking responsibility. So today, you can inspire someone just by taking responsibility within your community to just give back. I see this going wrong. I want to do it myself. And by so doing, you might find out that you might be the next counselor that people will queue behind you. Gone are the days where we talk about platforms. Now people want to see people, real people who would add value to a platform. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, we'll take your final words and your closing comments to close us out of this session.
I think the final word is that members of the audience have been sitting down since 10 a.m. and they have had a very long day, and I'm sure they will vote for an immediate adjournment. Thank you.
Please don't leave. Let's quickly do our photographs. Chairman. Plaques. Okay. Chairman.
Oh, yes. I would like to, in our typical IKEJA style, recognize and show our appreciation to our keynote speaker and our members of the panel. So, sir, we just have something to appreciate you, sir. So I'd like to call Honorable Judge Faji, sir, to help us do the honors. Excuse me. Where is the plaque?
On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association IKEJA branch, it's my privilege and honor. It's my privilege and honor to present to you, Your Excellency, Babatunde Raji Fashola, this plaque in appreciation of your invaluable contribution as keynote speaker at the NBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wallace. Let me place.
Take it over. Keep it.
I know, let me not keep it.
I'd like to invite Professor Pinero, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, can you step forward, sir? Deputy Governor. Senior Advocate, I'm sorry, I have to send you on an errand, sir.
For who?
The Deputy Governorship candidate for Lagos State, sir.
This award of excellence is given to you on behalf of the best bar, the best branch in Nigeria, in appreciation of your invaluable contribution and your attendance today. My name is Kemi Pinheiro. I'm originally from Lagos Island and Lagos Island. Lagos Island proper, like Toyin Bashorun. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Sorry, your boss is excellent.
Gentlemen, please. Can you step down your noise? Yes. Thank you very much. On behalf of Nigerian Bar Association, IKEJA branch, I present this to you in appreciation of your invaluable contribution at the MBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Toyin Bashorun, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, can you help us? The very, yes.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. On behalf of MBA IKEJA branch, I'm honored to appreciate your time, sir, and your efforts. I've been reading all your write-ups. Shegun Williams, my cousin. So, on behalf of MBA IKEJA branch, I'm honored to present to you, sir, this plaque in appreciation of your time and contribution to this conference. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations.
Sorry, pictures again. All right,
me again.
Thank you.
Honorable, I'm really happy to meet you, and I appreciate your work. On behalf of MBA IKEJA branch, I present this plaque in appreciation of your time and contribution to this first session. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are going on a short break, tea break, 1 hour or 30 minutes because our time is fast spent. And we come back here at exactly 1:45 for the other session.
We have to snap with them.
Chairman. I think it's for that mic.
Where are our people now?
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, you can as well sit down. The breakfast will be served row by row. Please, let's have our seat, please. Please, let's have our seat, please. Kindly, let's have our seats, everyone. No, they are.
President, Nigeria Bar Association, 2026 to 2028, live bencher, and past General Secretary of NBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I also take cognizance of the fact that Mr. Oke Ohagbaya is in the house. Mr. Oke Ohagbaya, any message for us? You have 2 minutes. And your time has already started.
For my time to start running when I'm not yet on the pulpit. Good afternoon, bar leaders here, distinguished colleagues. Special respect to our leader, past General Secretary of NBA in our midst, Chief Dele Adesina, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Deacon, Deacon, he has all the titles. My own Adesina Debite, who I served with as when he was Welfare Secretary of NBA, and he later served as General Secretary, which office yours truly is seeking to step in by the special grace of God. My name is Oke Leo Ohaba. I bring you greetings from Port Harcourt branch of the NBA. Standing here first is to felicitate IKEJA branch on this auspicious occasion, altering the status quo. Your team is very apt. Today, we are here to celebrate IKEJA. IKEJA is known for being that tiger that bites, that doesn't just bark. And that is what the branch has been. And we commend the leadership for always taking that lead. Secondly, I am here. Last time I appeared before you, I was consulting. Today, I am seeking your support to serve in the office of General Secretary of NBA in the coming election slated for 20th July. I once served as first assistant secretary of NBA between 2016 to 2018. And one of your bar leaders here, Adesina Debite, will attest to you, error-free minutes of NEC meetings. It is a record that no other administration has kept. And yours truly was given that the sole mandate of taking care, looking after, and preparing the minutes of meetings of NEC and AGM. And that we achieved. We also pioneered electronic NEC bundle that you have today. Thank you very much. I'm rounding up. Electronic NEC bundle was pioneered during that our administration, and yours truly made it happen. Gentlemen, I am proposing an innovative secretariat for the NBA. We have to alter the status quo in the secretariat of NBA. And what is it? Those of you who attend IBA, if you sit in this room today, you can interact with IBA through the IBA website. It will be as if you are chatting with a human being. You get all your queries resolved. The world is tech-driven, and what we are bringing is a technologically driven e-governance system that from the comfort of your homes, thank you very much. And finally, to walk the talk, you can log into, now that you're seated here, okayisokay.com. Click it on your phone. You read my profile, you read my manifesto. That is what we are bringing. Today, you can use your phone and transact.
Sir, I hope you comply.
I will try.
I'll use it to judge you at the end of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone.
That you keep to your campaign promise.
Senior advocates of Nigeria, members of the IKEJA branch of the Nigerian Bar Association,
I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. Rapolo is a short form of a longer name, Rapolo Chukwu, which means leave everything for God. I'm very happy to be here today because IKEJA is my second home, especially because I love the Aluta spirit of the branch. And I must confess that I love the theme of this Law Week, which is altering the status quo. The reality is that it is easy for people to complain, but the reality of the matter is that those who can engender progress are people who would alter the status quo and go against the norm. The inventors of the airplane, for example, I believe that we were called stupid or maybe witches at that time. But right now, I can't imagine a world without airplanes. These are people who altered the status quo. Now, I used to be the National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, and that was in 2020, 2022, when Olumide Akpata was the NBA president. Prior to that, the complaint was that people didn't know what was going on in the NBA. People were always saying that we don't know, we can't feel NBA, we don't know what is going on. And by the grace of God, when I won and became the National Public Secretary, I changed and altered it. That by the time I was leaving office, the complaint was no longer about absence of information. The complaint was information overload. People were saying that it was just too much and we were getting so much. So if you think back 2020, 2022, go and look at your emails, you normally see so many emails that will end with my name, Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. And based on that, because I've done well as a public secretary, and because I was close to the secretariat at that point in time, and I covered up for the secretariat of ways, I now intend to run for the office of the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. And the idea is this: we live in a technology-driven age, and I'm an IT compliant person. I did a master's in information technology and telecommunications law. My PhD is in cyber law. I'm now into artificial intelligence. So I think that I'm the best suited for a technology-driven secretariat. And so I ask you to please join me on this journey. And I tell people to judge me by my past. If I've done well as a public secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, I will do better as a general secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you so much. Remember, the name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. Doc, why don't you just cuckoo pot to our branch so that you just don't need to be going up and down. The next on the line is Gladys Ahogo. I hope I got that. Gladys vying for the office of AGS.
Chairman. My name
No,
is...
I'm a little bit biased, so I'm giving women 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
My
You have
name
3
is
minutes.
Agogo.
But make sure you stick to 3 minutes.
It's pronounced Agogo.
Agogo.
Yes. Good afternoon, the Tiger Branch. Good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be here. Special greetings to the learned sick present. Special greetings to our distinguished bar leaders. I always say this, that the branch I come from, we really respect our bar leaders. So I especially greet the bar leaders present. My sisters here, as a past facilitator of the NBA Women Forum and an active member of FIDA, I greet you specially. My name is Agogo Gladys Opomo, popularly known as I Am Agogo. I'm from Mina Branch, although I'm from Delta State, but I will also say I'm also a Northerner, having grown up in the North. I have served the bar diligently as a past welfare secretary of my branch, as a past secretary of the Law Week Planning Committee of my branch, as a past secretary of the Remuneration Committee of my branch. As a matter of fact, sorry, I said Mina branch. Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm currently the secretary of the Anti-Corruption Committee of my branch. And you know what that means. They don't just give anybody Anti-Corruption Committee secretary. It means that I am diligent. It means that I am reliable. I have served the bar selflessly, yes. And for an accessible secretariat, please vote me for the office of Assistant General Secretary, for a reliable secretariat. Lastly, Chairman, Last year, I observed something in respect of the secretariat, and I think we really need to fix it. And it's one thing that I really want to do. Last year, by the end of November, I saw in my group, my group chat, so persons were still complaining about receiving their seal. And by the time I tried to reach out to the secretariat, it was like some of the ESCOs don't even know what is happening in the secretariat. You deserve to know what is happening in the secretariat. You actually deserve to be responded to whenever you have issues in the secretariat. It seems to be that the secretariat is just locked up and nobody seems to know what is happening in the secretariat. So for an accessible secretariat, please vote Agogo. Don't forget that name, Agogo Gladys Okwomo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agogo Gladys. Next on the line. She write it down. The lady that has been with us since yesterday. I hope you are not too tired, Adiza, because I saw you are rocking it yesterday. She's been here since yesterday. Adiza Ahmed Nasiru, all the way from Kano, vying for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. You have the mic. 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Sorry.
He's tired.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, the learned stick here present. Wish bar leaders of IKEJA branch. Good afternoon, the distinguished members of IKEJA branch. My name is Hadiza Nasir Ahmad, and I am from Kano State. I am from Kano branch, MBA Kano branch. Yes, I have been with you since yesterday. It's my third time of coming to IKEJA branch. I was here for the Young Lawyers Summit, and I was here for the branch meeting, even though I was not opportune to, because I missed my flight. Rano Air, I missed the flight, and when I reached the meeting around 5 p.m., it was already finished. So I said I must come back for the Law Week, and now I'm here. I am here to celebrate with you and to congratulate you on the occasion of your Law Week. And I must say your team altering the status quo and going against the norm, it's very apt and inspiring, interesting. And it reflects the collective responsibility of legal practitioners to challenge the outdated laws. Yes, the values in our profession is not only for us to uphold the values, to challenge the outdated convention. Yes, I'm also here to tell you that the ban for the campaign has been lifted. So I want to inform you that I am running for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary of MBA. I know your member, Charles Adiboye, was once Publicity Secretary of the MBA, so I'm going for that position. And I have the capacity. I'm the best candidate for that position. I've been serving the bar consistently ever since I became a lawyer. Yes, I serve in different capacities. Presently, I am the outgoing Assistant Secretary of MBA Kano branch. We had our election this Saturday, so I'm the outgoing Assistant Secretary of MBA Kano branch. Presently, I am the head Young Female Lawyers Committee of the MBA Women Forum. I'm also a member Citizens Liberties Committee of the MBA. These are the positions I hold currently. I was the past secretary of the YLF of my branch. The chairman said he has given me 3 minutes. So I just want to exhaust my 3 minutes. Yes, these are the positions I hold currently. I was the past secretary of the YLF of my branch. I was a member of the Electoral Reform Committee of the MBA. Yes, I was the only northerner and a young lawyer then in that position during unlimited apartheid tenure. Okay, Mr. Chairman said I should round up. So I hold a lot of positions. Some of the positions, I didn't mention them here. So that's why I said I have consistently been serving the bar. I'm still serving the bar, and I want you to vote for me. I want to run an inclusive and progressive secretariat. I want to run a sex typing secretariat. I know you will vote for me. Thank you very much, IKEJA brand. Thank you. I meet a lot of beautiful people here, and I'm very happy for the warm reception. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Adiza. We are constrained for time, but so it doesn't look like we are marginalizing anyone. I'm told that Mr. Lukman, and this is the last we'll take. Even if anybody comes in now, we have to go into the main reason why we are here. Mr. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola just stepped in, and then I'll time you, sir. You have 2 minutes max. Please make good use of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Leonard Silk seated, distinguished bar leaders, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lukman Olademeji Jayola. I am a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Ikorodu branch. I'm here to felicitate with you on the occasion of this year's annual Law Week. We all know what IKEJA branch stands for. In Ikorodu branch, we used to say IKEJA branch is the father of Ikorodu branch. So this is me here before my fathers. So it's very nice for me to be here. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this occasion to inform you that the campaign ban has been lifted by the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association. And I, Lukman Olademeji Jayola, is vying for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary in the 2026 NBA national election. As a matter of fact, with all modesty, I have diligently served the Nigerian Bar Association, not just because this election, but since after my call in 2017. In fact, I am one of the very few persons who attended the Nigerian Law School Kano campus and was given a certificate of commendation from the Bagauda Law Clinic. Because despite the fact that I was a student of the Nigerian Law School, I served as a clinician in the law clinic throughout my section in the Nigerian Law School. Subsequently, after that, I have promoted the aims and objective of the Nigerian Bar Association diligently, particularly assisting the marginalized and the indigent person to access justice. In January 2025, I celebrated over 500 pro bono appearances. That is very, very magnificent. From the customary court up to the Court of Appeal, I have taken numerous criminal matters. I have taken numerous civil matters up to the Court of Appeal purely on pro bono without collecting a dime. Same in 2025, I have released over 500 inmates from the correctional centers, not only in the correctional centers in Lagos State alone, but across BOSAL institutions in Nigeria. Same in 2024, I was awarded the Ganifawa Outstanding Impact Award, overall best in the whole federation for the numbers of the pro bono cases I have done. Same in 2025, I won the Human Rights Defender of the Year. This is not just because of election. This is what I have done diligently, I have done consistently, all because I want to promote the aims and objectives of the Nigerian Bar Association. I believe if I have a larger platform to represent the Nigerian Bar Association, I will do more than what I have done and capitalize on my efforts and also do more than what I have done to promote the objective of the bar.
Thank you.
I am using this medium to tell you that come July 2025, I just want you to enter into your diary that you are going to vote Lukman Oladimeji Jayola for the office of
Mr. Jayola. I hope you are not going to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jayola. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the Leonard Silks, distinguished guests. Whew. Wow. How was our break? I hope you enjoyed your break. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I hope you were able to network with people. If you reached out, if you know you networked with one person, please raise up your hands. Oh, fantastic. No, not someone that you know. No, someone you've not seen before, someone you've not met before, someone you just say, oh, hi, hello, good afternoon. My name is so and so. It's nice to meet you. What are you looking out for at this event? Oh, these are the things I've learned it will be a pleasure to, reach out to you and connect with you deeply. If you know you did that, please raise up your hands. Only one, two. Oh, that is a poor, this is a poor result. I believe that this session is really going to speak deeply to the importance of networking, not just for young lawyers, but for everybody entirely. And also because we understand that success in the legal profession does not happen overnight. It doesn't just happen when you sleep and wake up. It takes years of resilience. It takes hard work. It takes direction. It takes clarity. And one thing I know is that when you run in the wrong direction, it is like what? Effort in futility. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the final panel session for today's event. Please put your hands together for yourselves. If you've been here since morning, you have stayed through up until now. Well done, well done, well done. I welcome you warmly and specially again to the second session. And very quickly, I am going to be letting you on the brilliant minds that would be taking this conversation further, and I would also be inviting the moderators for this panel session. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to indulge me because I'm going to be reading the biographies. I'm going to be reading the citations of each of our panelists. We should just go straight into it. Okay. All right, sir. All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. It is now time for the grind before the glory, the young lawyer session. And I have the distinct honor to welcome and bring forward, please, as I mentioned their names, please make sure you are giving them a round of applause. Is that a deal? Do we have that? Can we do that? Thank you very much. First, I'd like to invite Leonard Silk, Mr. Femi Oyewole, SAN. A round of applause for him as he comes to mentor up the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Femi. We are looking forward to a brilliant conversation with you this afternoon. I would also like to invite Mr. Mobolaji Oriola, who is the co-founder and managing partner, Elaine and Brooks. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please, if you are clapping, do it better. Thank you. Do it intentionally. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would also like to invite Mr. Okechukwu AK, who is the General Counsel, Moneypoint FMB Limited. MFB Limited. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally, I'd like to invite Mrs. Chidima Iemedu, who is the Head Corporate CPDC FMA Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, two people are going to be driving home this conversation today. You remember how powerful, how insightful, and how engaging our first session was, right? Now, this session promises to even be better because this is the session for young lawyers. I am truly looking forward to that because I am a young lawyer myself. But beyond that, I know that I learned that if you want to get answers from people, make sure you're able to ask the right questions. So I have the wonderful honor to invite our moderators for this panel session, who will be driving home the conversation, who will be asking intentional, brilliant questions and be digging deep into the minds of our brilliant panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Mr. Ayodeji Olabiwonu, who is the Secretary IKEJA branch. He's going to be one of the moderators for this panel session. Thank you very much. Also, please make welcome Mr. Ademola Adeshino. Thank you very much. He's also going to be moderating this panel sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Distinguished senior advocates here present, leaders of the bar, past chairman of the branch, my chairman of the branch, Mr. Adeni Kodri, the chairman of the committee, Leonard Silk, Chikudi Enebeli, distinguished panelists. It's an honor to moderate this session, and I'm particularly honored that I'll be doing that with my very good brother and friend, Demola Adeshino. So Demola, I think we have the job set before us.
We do.
Yes,
we have some very, very high-flying young lawyers here. Let me take this time to
thank the panel for making their time available for us today, and also to thank the IKEJA branch for always prioritizing young lawyers in its affairs. This every law week we have a special panel for young lawyers that targeted directly at them, and we always have the presence of some of the seniors in the branch with us. So I want to take that opportunity to thank every single person here from the branch, from the seniors that are here, for participating in this panel.
All right, thank you, Demola. So I think the best place to take this conversation, to start with this conversation, is we have very eminent panel, and each of them has distinguished himself and herself in their chosen fields. And the essence of this session is, or what the topic is, the grind before the glory. Now, all we see is the showroom. Now, let us talk. Let us go back to the workshop and then see how this all started. So I think we're taking it from the Leonard Silk.
No, we would. I think because the Leonard Silk is of this panel, the Leonard Silk is the only one that is enjoying the glory of the practice. I think we can come back to him so he can wrap it up for us. But I think we can start with Mr. AK, who is the head of legal for one of the pioneer unicorns that Nigeria has today. And since the topic is the grind, let's hear his own grind from when he became a lawyer up to the point where he became the head of Money Point.
That's fantastic.
Don't mind, sir.
Yeah, Mr. AK, please.
Let us know when you became a lawyer, your first job, the grind, how you set yourself apart, and then we will come to the lessons that we should all learn from it.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be in your midst, and of course to have this opportunity to share my experiences and the lessons I learned along the way. So by way of introduction, my name is Okechukwu. I head the legal team at Money Point, and Money Point is one of Nigeria's most recent unicorns, and we are focused on delivering financial services across Africa, and I support the legal team. I was privileged to be the pioneer in-house counsel, and I was charged with establishing the legal function within the company. I mean, before I joined, we were obtaining legal services from external legal counsel. And if I'm to look back, at my career and how I started in private legal practice. I was with a law firm, and of course that set the foundation for my eventual transition into the in-house counsel role. What was that foundation? Of course, I was involved in legal drafting, in litigation, in providing legal advice. And at some point in my career, I decided that I wanted to be in the room, not just outside, which led to my, sojourn into banking. I worked with Fidelity Bank PLC. I worked with First Bank. I worked with Diamond Bank, which is now known as Access Bank. I worked with Union Bank and InterSwitch. And in all of these companies, I was a corporate legal counsel. At that time, I decided to focus on e-business. It was called e-business at the time. I mean, the fintech business isn't what it is today. And I decided to focus on that particular area and made investments to basically increase my technical depth. And I would say that all of those experiences, the hard work, the sleepless nights, is what led to me being available for that Money Point opportunity that eventually came. And when it came, I was somewhat ready for it. Of course, I had never headed a legal department, but the experience I had garnered over, the years in all of these companies somewhat led to me being ready for the role. And I would say that for the moves I made at the various points in my career, it wasn't just about the money. I mean, money is good, but for me, I was focused on the opportunities that were going to be available to me in all of these companies. And that's what eventually led to me being readily available for the opportunity when it came. And of course, Money Point is multi-jurisdictional, and somehow the experiences I'd gained helped me to be able to deliver in that particular role. That's my story essentially. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. From your very short position, we can highlight one grind point, which is, I think we can summarize each of it, everybody's position with a grind point. Your grind point is that, well, from in my own opinion, we should identify your desired field and make investments to increase your technical capacity in that field. That was what I got from what you said, which is extremely, in my own opinion, extremely important, which is capacity building. I'm very grateful for that. And let's move on to Mr. Oriola. Mr. Oriola, how are you, sir? Yeah, yeah. So please, can you just share with us your history, the law firms you have worked in, your experiences in those firms, and how they prepared you for where you are now?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the branch for inviting me to be here. My name is Mobolaji Oriola, managing partner for the law firm Allen and Brooks. So, university, I got admission into university to study international relations and diplomacy. So I remember in the first semester, I asked all my classmates, when we finish from this course, what are we going to do with this course? All my classmates said, I want to be Nigeria's ambassador to France, to Spain. I said, is it as I finish this university that they'll make me Nigeria's ambassador to France? I don't think so. So because of that, I went back and took my papers again to go and apply for law. So I did 100 level 2 times to study law. So first semester or first year, first class, I was doing excellently well. Second year, I was doing well. By third year, my CGPA began to tank. I wasn't on serious as at that time. I was very serious. My CGPA was just tanking semester after semester. There was a particular semester I went to meet my course advisor and I said, sir, my CGPA has been tanking though, and I don't know what else to do. He said, maybe your brain cannot carry law. Maybe you should go back to your social sciences. That's what my course advisor told me. So if your course advisor tells you that, if the foundation will be destroyed, what shall the righteous do? So I gave up on law at 300 level. I was just waiting to finish my year, my university, and go and do something else. So when it was time for law school, I told my parents, I'm not going to law school. My brain cannot carry law. They've told me already, I'm not going to law school. My mother pleaded with me that I should please not disgrace her and the family, that she would not do this law school and finish. Then I can do anything I want to do. So I said, no, wala. I went to law school, I finished. She said, Mommy, I finished this law. My brain cannot carry law, please. I want to go and do something else. She said, okay, just do 1 year NYSC. I just work somewhere, please, and gain the experience. When my friends were writing applications and going for interviews, I did not apply to any law firm to work because I did not believe that they would employ me because I thought that my brain cannot carry law. And I'm very serious. But for some very interesting reasons, someone called me and said there's an opportunity in a particular tech company. Do I want to take it? Long story short, I don't talk too much. I got 2 job offers, one in a law firm, Patterson and Grace, and then one for a tech company. The tech company was supposed to pay twice what I was going to earn from the law firm. I had interned in Shell back in university, and I spoke to one of my mentors there, and she said, go for the law firm, not the tech company. If you work for a law firm, you get to experience all areas of law, and then from there you can decide what you want to do with law. I said, okay, no problem. I'll take your advice. So I went to the law firm of Patterson and Grace, and I worked there. After 1 year, I told the partner in charge, Mr. Tolu Adoremi, that, sir, this law thing, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I'm intelligent. I don't think I'm smart. I don't think I can be a lawyer. That I'm done with the legal profession. He pleaded with me. He explained to me that I shouldn't leave. Now, at that time, when I was finishing university, for some very weird reason, I went to Afai Babalola University for my undergrad. And I had spotted somewhere in final year, I had spotted a secondary school where the students were sitting on the floor to take their classes. They were using chalk to write on the wall, take their classes. Their roofs were off. They had portals in their classrooms. For some very interesting reason, I don't know what pushed me. I told my friends, I've identified a school that needs help. Let's raise money together and rehabilitate the school. So we came together, about 20 of us, and we rehabilitated a primary school in Ado-Ekiti there. And then when we go back to Lagos after university, my friend said, look, let's make this into a foundation. So we registered the foundation. And I'm saying within 4 years, we're sponsoring about 26 children to school on a full scholarship. We're providing free education to about 26 children. Thank you. We then adopted a primary school also too, where we're helping them to rehabilitate their classrooms. So we'll renovate, we would get them new boards, we'll get them computers and a host of many other things like that. So I realized I was enjoying this thing. But that law practice, I was not enjoying it. I was struggling with it. You know, I didn't think I was, I don't know, because of that thing they told me in university, I just didn't think I was smart to be a lawyer. So I then left Petron and Grace. I told them I could no longer do this law. So I moved back to my parents' house. I told my dad, please give me 3 months. I'm not going to be doing anything for 3 months. I just want to go on this journey of self-discovery and really discover who I am as a person and what my skill sets were. Long story short, after about 3 months, I'd done personality tests. I'd looked back on my life. I then realized that I was enjoying what I was doing with the foundation. But I said, what can I do with this? What can I take out of the things I'm enjoying with this foundation and take into a business or something that can earn me income? Because I didn't want to be that person who was running the foundation but living off the foundation. I didn't want to be that person. So in the journey of self-discovery, I realized I had entrepreneurial skill sets. I realized I could go out and raise revenue for the foundation. I realized I could talk to people. I realized I could do branding. We had about 200 volunteers in 6 countries, right, that were managing, and I had a proper structure. Then I took a course at Harvard Business School on sustainable business strategy. I took another course on reform entrepreneurship at Incubator Africa. It was there I realized I was an entrepreneur. Now the question, you have entrepreneurial skill sets. What kind of entrepreneurial pursuit can you pursue? Can you go after? The only technical competence I thought I had was law. So I said, you know what? I'll start a law firm. I'll give myself 1 year. After 1 year, if it fails, I'll go for my master's in something else, and then I'll find my square root from there. So in April 2020, I started putting together the idea of starting a law firm. And by August, I co-founded Allen and Brooks, my partner. When I started the law firm, I told my partner, I'm not a smart lawyer, but I can go out and hustle for clientele and bring to the firm. And then in my mind, I was like, let's see how it goes in 1 year. In 1 year, I closed financial institutions. There was a company that they were owing them about 18 million naira. They had been hustling to recover that money for about 3 years. They gave me the brief, and in 3 weeks without going to court, I recovered the money for the company. The company was so happy about it that they put our firm on retainer. That was our highest retainer at that time. It was in millions. By the end of 1 year, I already had the staff that I was paying. I had moved our office from a virtual office to a physical office in Victoria Island. I was paying rent. I could not believe the achievements, that were done in 1 year. And then I kept on observing up until today. We moved from an idea. Let me tell you when I realized I was a smart lawyer. Someone approached me and said they wanted a lawyer that could handle an EPC contract. I had never done it before. If they find out that I've never done before, they'll be surprised. At that time, I had never done EPC before. I said I can do it. And they gave us the brief to do EPC. And I handled the work so well that the counterparty wanted to hire our firm to work for them. It was at that point I said, I'm not as dull as you think now. I think I'm actually a smart lawyer. So in summary, is what are the key points that I want to pull out of this story for people whom we want to listen? Firstly, you must really know yourself. The journey of self-discovery. Till today, if you give me that, if you tell me, Bolaji, come and start a pharmacy today, hospital, just give me the person who is technically competent. I will grow that business. And I think that's what I've been able to achieve, Allen and Brooks. Thank you very much. Let me not talk too much.
That's a very, very, very unique perspective on the grind. I appreciate that's a point that I don't think I've actually come across before. The summary I would take away from your own point is that you have to recognize and play to your own strengths.
Absolutely.
Right? Everybody's journey is not going to be the same. And you have shown us, even from your own story, that your journey was a bit irregular, unusual, you understand? Not in a bad way, but in a unique way. And, it adds to the sweetness of the story, and I really appreciate the fact that, it's one thing to know what you want to do. It's one thing to know what you are good at doing. And it's a different thing to know how to put both of them together to make a success of what you are trying to do. So
Absolutely.
I really appreciate that point. You know what your strength is and you play to your strength. That's a very good point.
Absolutely,
Thank you so much for that.
Yes. So we take it straight to Chidima. Chidima, your grind has really taken you across, several sectors, and took you through to the Nigerian, not just the Nigerian bar, but also the New York bar. The New York bar is, of course, one of the most difficult, bar exams that you can write and all that. But that was your grind. Can you just speak to the grind, the background, how you got here, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Chidima Hemidu, and I'm a lawyer with a very unique voice.
If you must say so yourself.
But be patient with me. You will eventually adapt to it. And I also have to take permission. I manage security surveillance for one of the biggest oil and gas assets. So I have to hold my phones and my laptop to make sure nothing goes wrong. But back to the question. It's been a very interesting experience for me. And I would say my curiosity and my restlessness led to my sojourn or my journey to expanding my professional legal experience beyond the shores of Nigeria. I'll give a little history and background about where I came from and how I arrived at going to New York. I finished from the University of Lagos, top 2 in my class. And thank you very much. I'm going somewhere. And thankfully, the topic is the grind before the glory. Unfortunately, I like to be very realistic when I'm telling my story. In law school, I came out with a pass. How it happened, I cannot explain, but looking back 17, 18 years after, that was just a dent in, I'd say the little setback, but it didn't stop my journey. I was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to do my NYSC in Bawani Gudalu. And I think it was a very major step for me to where I am today. After Bawani Gudalu, I moved to Alliance Law Firm, working under Ucheobi SAN. My experience in Alliance Law Firm exposed me to very high-level transactions. At Alliance Law Firm, I did a lot of capital market work, including the dual listing of one of the biggest oil and gas companies in Nigeria on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange. I also worked on the one of the biggest reserve-based lending transactions that had a syndication of almost 15 local and international banks. I think that all of that experience made me restless and wanted me to kind of get more international exposure, which would eventually help me in my career. So I remember one day I was just telling my dad I was going to go to school in America. And he thought I was unserious. Then I was really young at that time. I think I was 22 or 23, but I had a very big vision for where I wanted to get to in life. And then one day, with the small pocket money I had saved, I started looking for schools in America. And with my long throat, I was looking for small schools. I was looking at the big schools. I looked at Harvard. I looked at Columbia, University of Pennsylvania, Cornell University, and New York University. I applied to all 6, and I got admitted in, I think, 3 or 4. I think it was Harvard that put me on the wait list. And then I started looking at the cost of all of them and doing the calculation of how I was going to bring it to my father. Eventually, based on my calculation, I realized that Cornell was going to be the cheapest. Even though the tuition was more, but it was cheapest in terms of the location. It was upstate New York. And then that was when my journey started. To God be the glory. I also remember when I was finishing my final year exams in Cornell, the then dean of the Cornell Law School warned me not to take the New York State Bar. And he said, you finished exams in May. You cannot study 32 subjects and write the state bar exam in July. And I told him, I'm Nigerian. Try me. I don't fail exams. The New York State Bar was extremely challenging. I remember practically living in the basement of the Cornell Law School, and I read and read, I cried, I broke down. So when people see successful stories, success is not accidental or coincidental. It's a cumulative result of stress, of preparation, of resilience, integrity. I eventually set out to write it. I remember going on the public transport to the Empire State Building, which is where I wrote my exams. And while I was writing my final paper, I was just saying, God, these people, don't let them shame me, but I must make it. And on my birthday, that was the day I wrote my last paper on my birthday. Fast forward 3 months after, when everybody's results came out, I was waiting for my own, and I waited till midnight. And once that email dropped, I can't even express to you how excited and elated that I was. But I would like to say something. The experience I had in New York and the US exposed me to a global professional network, different ways of thinking and doing things based on an international legal standard, which has also helped me in the work that I do today. It wasn't an exit strategy for me. I wanted to come home and use the skills that I gained back in Nigeria. Hence, after my call to the bar, my swearing-in ceremony, I came back to Nigeria 2 weeks after. 16 years after, people have been asking me why I came back, but I think now they understand why I came back. You know, my experience to young lawyers today is to not limit yourself. To me, it felt like a dream, but I'm living my dream now. When you get the opportunity, try as much as possible to expose yourself to international opportunities, you know, train and develop your professional skills, focus on building your certifications, you know, gaining leadership skills. I'll tell you that success is not about your location. It is about the value that you bring to the organization and wherever you find yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chidima. Thank you so much. That was very, very helpful. Even I that was in law school with you, I was not familiar with some of these this history. And speaking of Cornell University, since my dad is here, maybe you should have allowed me go to Cornell University instead of even though I still. But thank you so much for that perspective. There is a very, very unique point that you have made, which is also fresh, and it is that success is not accidental. It is a cumulative effect of the totality of your experience. So, and that ties directly to the final thing which you said, which is that we should not limit ourselves. We must expose ourselves to different opportunities, different aspects of this, whether local or international, because when the success starts to roll in, it will be a cumulative effect of everything we have exposed ourselves to, not just with respect to the practice, but with respect to a network. Like you mentioned the global professional network that you're able to acquire, which I'm sure is still paying dividends till today. So,
and another outstanding thing that she said, Demola, that I'd like to also highlight is the fact that success is not the destination; it's about the value that you bring to the space. And I think that is profound, very profound.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now we come to the big fish that we have on the panel today. The learned silk himself, Femi Oyewole, who for now I think he overtook about 3 or 4 people to be the youngest ever senior advocate in Nigeria. And I was privileged to celebrate with him on the day of his investiture, and I whispered in his ear that day that this is a dream that a lot of lawyers share. It is a glory that a lot of lawyers, including myself, want to attain, and you must respect it when it comes. And the feat of him getting it when he did is extremely unique, and that is why I think we must all pay huge premium to what he has to tell us now. Leonard Silk, sir, please shed some light on your grind. We will talk about the glory. The journey for the glory that you have enjoyed is enough for us to have a whole panel on its own. But let's start with the grind from when you became a lawyer up to the point where you were preparing for the application. We will take the application separate, but please help us with that grind portion of it.
Thank you, Demola, and good afternoon, everyone. After Demola's introduction, I'm already under pressure, but I'll find a way to really go through. So, my journey started many, many years ago. Maybe not like Chidima. I wasn't, top two in University of Lagos. Me and my friend Adetokunbo Davis were, we're floating in the class. But okay, but seriously, so after law school, I went to do my master's first. I wasn't sure that I wanted to practice. I moved back to Nigeria, I think 2014, 2015. I started my NYC at Simmons Cooper Partners. At the time, it was. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'll take it up. So at the time, it was a full service litigation firm. It was primarily a litigation firm. When I started, most of my peers or my mates were already, associates in law firm. So I had to start as an NYC associate. So naturally, I was being supervised by people I went to law school with, but that didn't deter me. I just wanted to learn and even see if I could make something out of the profession. So I did it for about a year. I don't think I was the most serious NYC associate, if I'm being honest. After NYC, something changed. I decided to just try and give this my all. So a year after NYC, most of my supervisors were wondering if this was the same person they had just supervised the year before, but I just wanted to give it my best. So a year after, I began to learn, I began to apply myself to all the tasks I was given. I realized that, when I go to court, I see other lawyers. In my head, some of them I was better than them at, in the university, but they seem to be thriving. They seem to know all these cases and all of these things. So I started applying myself. About 2 years after I'd stayed at Simmons Cooper, I started to rise. You know when you are becoming relevant in the firm, they start to give you more work. People start to come and ask you for your point of view on certain things. Then I wanted more. I wanted to get commercial experience. I wanted to know what the top transactions were. I wanted to be part of the biggest disputes. So I applied to Templars. At the time, I did not know anybody at Templars, right? I remember my interview at Templars. They asked me questions on CIT, on tax, petroleum. There's just so many strange things I did during my interview. And at the end of that interview, I just thought to myself, I had to get into this firm because it was just a completely different area to what I knew at the time. So I got into Templars. It was a completely different law firm to the first law firm I had worked at. Late nights, loads of lawyers, different experiences. In fact, from when you even check the website at Templars, you are almost intimidated. But I knew that, I wanted to feel like I belonged there, so I needed to put in the work. Many late nights, you had to learn and unlearn. You're going to have to work with different people, different styles of writing, different styles of research. So many things that today people just look at me, senior advocate, without understanding what I had to go through at that time. I was a very social person in university. My social life tanked very seriously when I joined Templars. I couldn't go out as much as I used to. I was always working. A few friends understood, some did not understand. And then after about 4 years at Templars, because of the work I started to do, I was recommended for a secondment in the UK, in A&O Sherman. It's now called A&O Sherman. It used to be Sherman and Sterling. I was seconded to the International Arbitration Group at the time. When I got there, international arbitration is completely different from what you see in Nigeria. It's not a domestic arbitration. This is literally when there's a BIT, there's an investor in a country, and the investor has not been allowed to get full value for his investment. So it's governed by different laws. I had to learn and unlearn. So during this period, COVID came. A number of the people in my team had to leave the practice at the time. We're just about 2 or 3 left. So naturally, it's a case of, look, if you're doing well here, do you want to stay? What are your plans? And I was very laser focused. Look, I'm going back to Nigeria. In fact, when I joined Templars, the group I was put in was I was put into an arbitration group. So we didn't used to go to court. And I used to tell my supervisor then, look, I started a litigation firm. I enjoy doing litigation. I want to do this. But clearly, my supervisor wasn't having it, even though he was one of the people that celebrated me the most when I made Silk. So I had to I had to do my work with my primary supervisor, go and meet other partners for work that would take me into court. It wasn't easy at the time, but looking back now, I'm happy I did those things. So I moved back after my secondment, started to grow in the firm, and started to apply myself to my cases. Before I knew it, I had not put a timeline to when I was going to make Silk. I knew it was something that I wanted to attain. And as with everything, if you are diligent, you have to put, I had laser focus as to what I wanted to do with myself. So at the point in time when I started to look at the guidelines, I know the guidelines changed in 2022. I looked at it and I knew I was just a few cases away. I started to apply myself with the help of my partners. I was able to achieve the requirements. And today, thanks to God, I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. So that's my story.
So, Demola, if you allow me to take it, thank you, Leonard Silk, for the brief background. Of course, it's still the same, application, applying yourself to the work, vision, dreaming big, and all of that. But if I may ask, for every young lawyer, the challenge is, or the most profound of the challenges is doubt. Doubt in your ability. It constitutes the major impediment on during your grind on that route. Can you speak to some of the prejudices that you faced as a younger lawyer, even though you knew that you could do some things? What are those prejudices, and how were you able to, step over those prejudices to get to achieve your goals?
Okay. Thanks. As with all things, there will always be challenges, right? As a young lawyer, if you go into court, people don't expect you to know your onions. The one thing that you can always do for yourself is to be on top of your case file and to always, to be prepared. You can never be over prepared, to know your judges and have some sort of intentional and some not so intentional mentors. When I started practicing, there were a few lawyers that I would see from afar, some in court and some within the firm where I worked. And I knew that these were people that in a few years, I want people to say, oh, Femi is like this person, Femi behaves like this. So, yes, my legal heritage. Thank you. So before going to court, I started practicing when Professor Shibadu, before he went into politics. Prof was former Attorney General before he joined the firm. If you had courts in 2 days' time, Prof will read the file, go over everything. In fact, sometimes we'll send the driver to take the file to his house. By the time he comes to the office the next day, a file that he has never read before, he would have more questions than people that were actively working on those files. He would literally pick it up, start asking you questions. We'll go through everything again. This was someone that at the time was senior advocate, former Attorney General, right? He was still putting in the work. Naturally, this was my first exposure to litigation. So I knew that at that level, if it's still putting in that work, I had no excuse being in court. It doesn't mean that when I get to court, obviously, I don't get the same sort of, I don't have the same sort of reputation that Prof had at the time. Lawyers who had experience will obviously want to bully you. But one thing that I knew for a fact was I was not going to go to any court unprepared. The other thing again is as young lawyers, we have access to more information than some of the people you think are experienced. We have the network, right? You can make phone calls. You can ask people questions. Before I go for any matter, many of my friends are here. I would call them, look, have you appeared before this judge before? How does this person like to be addressed? What is going on here? You can never be over prepared. If you go to court, if you do all of these things, if you ask the right questions, you know your judge, nobody can bully you, right? So those prejudices, they will always be there. You just have to make sure that you've earned your right to stay in any room.
Thank you.
Just to tack on to the question, how do you deal with the doubt? I think the Leonard Silk mentioned the answer, but he didn't hammer on it. He didn't drill down on it. the only thing that brings confidence is preparation. If you have doubts of your capacity, you have doubts on your technical, I think it was Ms. Ariola that was talking about technical capacity. You must ensure that you are prepared every single time. The only injection for that doubt, and that doubt exists on every level. Even as senior as some of the senior lawyers are, they still call some of the junior lawyers to ask, Omo, have you done this before? When last did you do this? Because maybe the last time they've done it was a while ago. So the preparation is what will cure that doubt, But as far as your guidance for young lawyers, priority, action point priority for young lawyers right now, Mr. AK, let me start with you. What will you identify as the principal grind point that young lawyers must adapt now that will help shape them or prepare them for the success that we are talking about, the glory that we are talking about?
I would say massive investment in technical depth. And essentially, for the people that didn't hear at the back, okay, massive investment in technical depth, because that's what gets you far. I mean, it's okay to be a generalist, but what I've learned is it's great if you can find yourself specializing in a particular area and then investing in that particular area or investing in your area of focus. Now, how do you make that investment? Of course, there's formal education, which is by getting certifications and the likes. But there's also the need for young lawyers to dedicate time and resources into learning, into understanding, the areas that they are focused on. When I was with Fidelity Bank, when I was in the training school, they taught us something, which was that every morning when you wake up, you pick up the newspaper and you must read, and you must come to the training school and then talk about 5 things you learned in the newspaper. And over time, that's helped me to, stay abreast as to things that were happening in the market. Now, that, was not really law, but I found myself being focused on reading about financial news, technology, and the likes. And that helped me to basically develop my technical depth in the payment space and in the fintech space. So for me, from my own perspective, massive investment in technical depth, whether by way of formal education or by way of dedicating your personal time and resources into making yourself better. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. AK. Chidima, let's come to you. Since your experience is very different from a lot of ours, please, what will you say for the young lawyers out there that a lot of lawyers don't have the kind of background that people like us have. They don't have the experience of international schooling. They don't have the experience of international work. They don't even have the experience in international law, but they have extensive experience locally. So what will you say to those kind of lawyers that want to get themselves to the point that they are able to compete in a manner that will set them up for the glory that we're talking about?
So before Chidima takes that, if you're a young lawyer in the room, I believe you're taking notes. You'll be so wrong at this point not to be taking notes. So please, if you're a young lawyer in the room and you're not taking notes, you're very wrong. Please, Chidima, please. No, IKEJA young lawyers they are destined for glory. They want it.
Okay, thank you, Demola. As Oke said, technical competence gets you into the room. But to remain in the room, you need to do more than having technical competence. You need to build on additional skills. And those skills are what we call soft skills in our current times. I've really worked across different industries. I've worked in capital markets, financial services, technology, telecommunications, energy and power, and most recently upstream oil and gas. And I think most importantly, the skill that helps me the most is my ability to adapt. You have to stay humble. You have to learn how to start from scratch everywhere you go as a lawyer. I think another skill that has also helped me so far is my emotional intelligence and my ability to communicate. I'll give you a very good example. In the current role that I occupy, legal is like 5% of my work. I currently supervise 7 departments. And I think that the experiences I've gained so far from the expansive industries that I've worked in actually built the foundation for where I am. Out of all the departments that I supervise, the only one that has a semblance of legal work is corporate communications. So, like I said earlier on, I supervise information technology. So the experience that I gained while working in technology and telecoms also helped. I supervise the asset surveillance and security. The experience that I learned in technology also helped in getting me to where I am today. I also supervise health, safety, and security. Over time, I've built a large portfolio on ESG. If you're a lawyer that works in litigation, I'm sorry to say, do not limit yourself just to reading law reports and going to law courts. You will not imagine the expansive opportunities out there for you as a litigator if you open up yourself to learning a lot outside the area of law which you focus on. I also supervise human resources and administration, as well as maybe sometimes finance. The experience that I gained in financial services and capital market helps me to be able to read annual reports, understand financial statements, follow financial news, and help interpret complex legal problems for my business. If you're in the corporate sector, please do not see yourself as a lawyer. You need to first of all see yourself as a business partner. Even in litigation, don't think because you just read law reports and you go to court and that's the end. You need to learn how the firm makes money. You would only go far in the legal profession, whether in corporate or litigation, if you're a rainmaker. And I'll tell you that it's a secret. I'm being serious. You get to a certain level in your career that your work is not just sitting down in front of your laptop. You will need to engage with external stakeholders. I go to the creeks. Yes. When it's time, I roll up my sleeves and I go and fight with community people. Yeah. In the middle of the night, they call me that there is pipeline vandalism. I wake up and I get the work done. Do you understand? So, all in all, you need to, your personal success or your personal journey is something you need to pay close attention to. Your journey is uniquely yours. Do not compare yourself to what others are doing, because comparison is actually a great source of discouragement. My advice today to young lawyers is to focus on certain things. Learn soft skills. Number 1, you need to, first of all, understand the fundamentals. You need to know what it is lawyers do. Have your research skills top-notch. Learn how to write. Embrace technology. The legal profession is evolving. I have moved from paying for Netflix and Disney Plus to paying for Anthropic, Claude AI, and ChatGPT. And I cannot emphasize how that has increased my level of productivity and reduced my response rate. I've also focused on emotional intelligence in the sense that I've learned to listen to people and I've learned how to navigate difficult conversations. As you grow in your legal career, you would have a lot of conversations, whether it's with your seniors in the law firm, your colleagues in the workplace, your external stakeholders like your investors, or maybe your board members, as the case may be. Build your reputation. A lot of the excess work, the late nights, the grind again, contributes to your professional capital. I cannot say how much that has helped me in setting myself apart from my peers. I've come to the position in my company where everybody defers to me. Whether it's a problem that needs to be solved legally or commercial wise, everybody reaches out to me first. You need to build a reputation of somebody who can solve problems practically. If you're a lawyer, don't go and start quoting law reports for your senior executives. I believe they know what the law says. Your responsibility, whether as a litigator or a lawyer in the corporate sector, is to be able to understand complex legal problems and provide practical solutions that moves your business forward. And I will go back again. Learn to be a rainmaker. It's very critical. You would even see in the banking sector, a lot of the people who grow to become CEOs have either worked in corporate or marketing. Build your reputation, learn how to negotiate, build your personal brand, and also don't forget that your professional development is first your responsibility. Do not outsource it to your team lead or to your boss or anyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chidima. Thank you so much. I don't know how to, you gave us about 5 or 6 very, very salient points. I can't even, but I want to, the last point there's a point you made that will lead us directly to Mr. Oriola. But the key point I took from what you said, other than the additional soft skills acquisition, the learning to be a rainmaker. We'll come to the learning talk about the rainmaking in a second. But the adaptability in it, I think that is the key point you made. You told us very well that right now you entered your firm in the legal department, your business in the legal department, but you have shown your adaptability to other fields. Now you are heading department that you didn't go to university for. So for me, the key point is that adaptability. And that brings us to Mr. Oriola, who from his own background has had to exercise this adaptability from what he has told us. And he has executed it in a manner that is not just impressive, but is yielding fruits. So let me come to you now. Other than the adaptability, and show, maybe you start from there. Even though you have walked us through the story, how important is this point of adaptability from your own experience, and what other points do you think we would need to imbibe to get to the point where we can enjoy the glory that we are looking for?
Thank you very much. So I went to international school, University of Lagos. That was my secondary school. And motto was excellence in learning and character. I think the most important ingredient for success is character and competence. You can be very smart, you can know the law, you can read law reports, you can be very sophisticated intellectually, but if people don't experience you in a way that leaves a positive vibe on them, you're not going to go far. So even in the context of being a rainmaker, if you look at most rainmakers, they're very pleasant people. They're very warm people. You know, they're very outgoing, but they're very warm people. Like, people enjoy being with them, right? Because they always leave them with a great impression. So character is important, because I'll give an example. So I interned in Shell when I was an undergrad. And then when I interned there, I remember when I was leaving, they used to tease me a lot when I was there. The entire legal department, they used to tease me a lot. They used to make jest of me and things like that. When I was leaving, they said they liked the fact that no matter how much they teased me, I was never upset about it. And that there was an intern who came before me that was always turning up her nose, raising up her shoulder. Whenever they made any comment, she would respond back to them and things like that. But I was very pleasant in the way I handled the way they were teasing me about it. I can tell you that a chunk of the oil and gas transactions I do today have come from members of Shell's legal department, either retired or current there, who have recommended me to oil and gas servicing companies because of the impression they had of me a couple of years ago. So I think that one thing that's very important is that as you are becoming intellectually sophisticated, please, your character is very important. When people experience you, let them want to experience you over and over again. And what does it mean? I'll give an example. When I'm negotiating with clients about pricing, I tell client, this amount you want to pay me, is it because you cannot afford more than this, or because you don't think I'm worth more than this? That's the question I always ask. If you think that I'm not worth more than this, then we'll have to take this conversation to a different direction. But this is genuinely what you can afford to pay at this moment. No, I'll take it. And some people say, that clients will cheat you, blah, 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 and things like that. But it has worked for me in that way because people just feel like I come and approach them with a sense of sincerity, right? So I think that character is something I just want to continue to emphasize to everybody here because I see a lot of young lawyers who are working for, I'm sure everybody here who has young lawyers under them can see sometimes you are saucy, sometimes you talk to clients in a rude way, sometimes the clients will call you, you don't turn off your phone, you don't want to answer them, you know, the client is stressing you out, you give them your own, I'm giving you back to you. No, you don't do things like that. Right? Even if a client is annoying to you, even if a client is frustrating you, you report the client to the partner in charge and say, our partner, sir, this client spoke to me rudely. Even when clients shout at me, because when I started the firm, I was a bit younger. So even on pricing, clients will be shouting at me. I won't shout back at you. I won't do that to you. So please, I just want to emphasize on that. Now, in terms of adaptability, right? Because I started the firm from ground zero, I didn't know anybody, I didn't know anything, I didn't come from any influential family, I did not know anybody, right? I had to do a lot of things for myself. One is that I had to work on my mindset first as a person. So I grew up, you know, in an interesting environment. Let me just put it like that, right? I didn't grow up in the most salacious circumstances. So I moved from my parents' house to the island, to Lekki. My parents' house where I was staying was quite decent, but I moved to a very small room in Lekki because I wanted to be in the center of commercial activities, right? I took some of my money that I was making then, and I would go to restaurants, upscale restaurants, and sit down there and just be observing what was going on around there. If I see someone that I think I know before, in fact, that's how I met my mentor. I was walking into Radisson one day, and I ran into him. I walked up to him and I told him who I was, what I was doing, and I connected with him. And then, I mean, that's a story for another day. So the way I've been able to be, you know, I've implemented adaptability is that I have looked at my current circumstances and I've asked myself, what are the gaps in my life today in terms of achieving what I want to achieve? And what are the things I need to fix up to achieve what I think to achieve? For example, 2 years ago, I went to Oxford for a course on private equity. I've taken courses at Harvard on sustainable business strategy. If you come to my office, I have books on almost every Nigerian entrepreneur. Once a Nigerian entrepreneur writes a book, I buy it, I read it, right? There's no interview of Dangote on YouTube that I have not watched because I know that I want to be an entrepreneur and I want to be a commercially minded lawyer. So I don't just sit down reading just the books alone. I look at the mind, and I'll tell you how that has helped me. Last year, we had a small office in Victoria Island, and the landlord called us and said, look, I'm shutting down this building. I want to renovate it for something else, and so we should move out. And I told my partner, look, I think this is time for us to move to a bigger office space, right? And we found a bigger office in Ikoyi where we're going to move our office to. We didn't have the money at that time. I told my partner, let's do this, right? Let's take the risk and move it. He said, but we don't have the money at this time. And then how are we going to pay? I said, don't worry about it. I sold a chunk of my investments because I was making money because I buy stocks a lot. I sold almost all my stocks, put into the firm's account, paid the rent, furnished the office, put money for salaries down, and we continue to push through. We had a lot of challenges for the first 6 months, but what kept on pushing me was the stories about Dangote. When he mentioned how when he built the cement plant did not work, and he told himself, now I know that I'm finished because the plant was not working. His stories from Otodola and the rest of other entrepreneurs, those stories were what motivated me during those tough times of the firm to say, look, this risk that I'm taking is going to pay off. Today we have 2 offices, one in Ikoyi, one in Abuja, and we're doing extremely well financially as a firm. So I think that's just where I'll just drop my points.
Please, in a very short period, Leonard Silk, if you don't mind, sir, please talk to us about rainmaking.
I mean, I will try my best. Bolaji has said almost everything, but I think you have to be very intentional about learning how to rainmake. We see many lawyers today. They are more interested in knowledge of the law, which is good, but you have to understand that law is also a business, right? What we do in our firm is from the very moment you enter into Templars, we ask you questions about how to solve client problems because that's essentially your job as a lawyer. And I'll just touch very shortly on the Templars experience. Up until 7 years ago, we didn't even have any senior advocate of Nigeria. Many people in Nigeria did not even know we were a litigation firm. And that was very deliberate. When they started the firm Templars, most of the Nigerian lawyers were doing litigation. So the managing partner at the time was very intentional about, you know what, let me start getting work from international firms and oil and gas companies. From that intentional approach, so we were more known in England, in the US, outside Nigeria, than in Nigeria. From there, we started to get work in Nigeria. We've gotten to a point today where we now have 4 senior advocates of Nigeria. We're one of the biggest litigation firms. In my team alone, I think we're about 45, right? That is someone that was deliberate, that looked at the market at that time to say, look, I can't compete with the FRA Williams, with the Additionals, with the Olanipekons. But if I go somewhere else, right, and build a market for myself here, I can come back here. You need to be very intentional about your strengths, about your business strategy, about solving clients' problems, and eventually you get to the point where you're comfortable. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, senior advocates and distinguished panelists. So we take the conversation back to the audience, so that we can take feedbacks. Then we'll come back to this side, and then we'll call it a day. So, Learned Senior Advocates, thank you very much for. We have adopted you as a young lawyer today. So Learned Senior Advocates has an intervention. We'll quickly take the Learned Senior Advocates, and then we'll go back to the young lawyers.
Thank you very much. I'm happy you described me properly. I'm one of you. I'm a young lawyer, and I started a few years ago, some 44 years ago. But one thing about knowledge is that it's not a monopoly of the aged. Neither is it of the junior. Wisdom is available to everybody that is prepared to learn and acquire knowledge. And what is wisdom is the proper application of knowledge. So anybody, please, if you are here today and you have not made little notes on your phone or your paper, no matter how catchy your brain is, no matter how magnetic your brain is, you will not have done justice to yourself. There are so many things you can learn from what these gentlemen have said. One of them said, success is not by accident. That is one fundamental point. Nobody succeeds by accident. It's by careful planning. It's by determination to succeed. And somebody also said, at a point, he had to really wait, go out for about a week to rediscover himself. Do you know yourself, and how much of yourself do you know? Some of us will be in a private chambers for some years, 3, 4, 5 years, before they discover that they are not cut out for litigation. They will go and be looking for work. And by the time they get to maybe a finance house or somewhere, the knowledge they have acquired, they don't know how to really put it into work. Somebody also talked about building reputation. Another speaker said, building character. The totality of your personality is your character. No matter how brilliant, how well, how successful you are, if character is lacking, you lack everything. Now, let me also tell you that your client, you must do everything possible. Somebody also mentioned it there. You must go extra mile to please your clients. Your client is your potential public relations officer. For every one client you succeed in satisfying, it will bring minimum of 3, 4, 5 to you. And for every client you disappoint or you abuse, one of the statements my principal made over 30 years ago or 35 is that your client can also be your potential enemy. So, what are the things that you need to do in addition to all these things we have learned from here. Let me just add, as I did to some of you who attended this kind of program last year, I left everything I had. I was there, and I made some few points. In addition to what they have said, please, you need 5 fundamentals. If these 5 fundamentals are in place and you are sincere with yourself, you will be unstoppable. The first thing is to have a dream. That dream must go with a picture. What picture of yours do you see in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years? What is the picture of yourself that you see? And then you begin to see that picture in your future. So the picture becomes a driving force that will lead you to actualizing that future. This is very, very important. By the time I was a young lawyer, I used to have, even though I still have it, virtually parts of my house, you will see a mirror. If I'm descending the staircase, I see myself in that mirror. If I'm going up, I see myself in that mirror. If I'm stepping out of the house, I see myself in that mirror. And in that mirror, I was seeing myself in the position of Chief G.O.K. Ajayi SAN, in the position of Chief Ganifaemi SAN, and some other people like that. So, once your dream is in place, the next thing is your determination. Your determination to succeed, whatever the price. Some people will be looking for something soft. In the process, they miss the guide. In those days, once I was not in court, if I hear Chief Ganifaemi is in any courtroom, I will sit down there from the start to the end of his advocacy. So many people believe that I passed through Ganifaemi. I never did. Until Chief G.O.K. Ajayi died, nobody knew he was my mentor. He was my mentor, even though he himself didn't know that he has one daily addition as a mentee. The way he was carrying himself, the way he talks, everything is consciously duplicated. And you can do the same. Identify somebody that is ahead of you without blemish, because your success is nothing if you are overwhelmed with one negative thing or the other. That's where character, like I said, comes in. So once your dream is in place, your decision is in place, your determination is in place. After that determination, and the determination is very, very important, no matter the difficulties that you are having, don't let it discourage you. Be focused. Now, the next thing is dedication. Once you are dedicated to the cause, you are unstoppable. That one is very simple. And of course, the last of the 5 Ds is self-discipline. No matter how inconvenient a matter may be, because of self-discipline, you will get up, you go and do what you need to do. You stretch yourself occasionally to achieve what you have set for yourself. Let me end by saying that every hard worker is a high flyer. And that also explains the point that success is not by accident. Once you are hardworking, you will succeed and you will fly high. And no matter how it appears that the big briefs of success is not coming, it's a lie. Somebody will walk up to your office one day, once you are hardworking, and they will give you a life-changing brief. And your life will never be the same again. I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, Leonard Silk, for that intervention.
Questions?
Yeah, yes.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, so the past secretary, general secretary of the branch, Mr. Dele Adesina, and the Mr. Adesina Adegbite, and the current General Secretary of the West African Bar Association. Just a very brief intervention.
Thank you, Deji. And I think my intervention ordinarily has been effectively captured by my leader and my Egbon who just left, taking daily addition. And interesting, we also bear the same name. But before I say anything, I think the audience should give these wonderful champions a very remarkable round of applause. And I must use this opportunity to congratulate the leadership of the IKEJA branch for the idea of this wonderful session. This is something I personally have always championed. And if those who were in Ife when we had the Egbe Amofe conference, we also attest to the fact that we had something similar to this. The lead speaker at that session was Ayotunde Ogunleye, SAN, who is also one of the leading lights among young lawyers who became SAN at a very young age. This is something that we must all take away. Unfortunately, I cannot repeat what Dickens said because I was going to speak to most of the things I said. But one thing I would like to say, and which is the message of Chidima, did I get the name right? That your personal development is your responsibility. I don't know how many of you took note of that. Your personal development is your responsibility. If you do not take responsibility for your own personal development, nobody will do it for you. And if you fail in life as a professional, then you cannot hold anybody accountable or responsible. So you must be determined. You must be diligent towards, achieving those goals you have set out to yourself. Or if you don't have goals, you must start now to set goals for yourself as a young lawyer who wants to develop in the legal practice. And you must also identify your sphere of practice. If you feel you need to expand, if you need to use, for instance, personally, I was practically a Lagos lawyer. But at a point in time, I realized that I needed to expand. I spend more time now in Abuja practicing than Lagos. So you must identify your sphere of practice and, of course, where your clientele, is based. So you should take notes of those words. Your personal development is your personal responsibility. Thank you very much, the guest speakers, and of course, IKEJA branch for making this a very wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adegbite. So, questions from the audience? Demola, how many questions are we taking? Okay.
We have the authority to take only 3 questions.
3 questions. So please, can the ushers help us with it? Okay, please come forward if you have questions. And of course, no other person than the chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum is coming first. So how come we're having just the executive members of the QUO of YLF? No other question from the house? Okay, so law students are here. We have students from Caleb University. They have gone. From Lagos State University, they are here as well. Any questions? All right, so maybe your questions will engender some more, at least one. Okay, there's a lady coming, so we have 3 questions already. So, so that you're not, your chairman does not sack you. Okay.
Letter 6 present. Moderators, panel of members of the panelists, thank you very much. My co-young lawyers, thank you very much. I would say that you've really given us a lot of things. In fact, if I didn't learn anything here, I learned about rainmaking, and I will take home with it. But I want to ask one question. I have a series of questions, but before I go to the question, I want to say something. You all said something about adaptation. You all said something about determination. You all said something about character. We were all missing opportunity. Presently, being the YLF chairman, I've had opportunity of meeting even some of my colleagues
who are more determined than I am. Some of them have gone to the level of acquiring PhD. We have about 2 PhD researchers, YLF members, but they are litigators in IKEJA. I'm not belittling litigation, but opportunities for them to grow they rarely come by. We are talking about opportunities. You all will agree with me. Sometimes I waive the issue of welfare because it's becoming a national anthem anytime YLF event is once there's a YLF event, we always think that is about welfare. But we cannot take it away. If you, Chairman, if not for the kind of leadership we have in IKEJA, if you look around, there are just a few of the young lawyers that are around. Their bosses are the ones who are here. Why? Why? Yes. It is in such circumstances, it's places like this, I will get to meet Leonard Sick. When I came in here, I came and shook hands with you. When you are going, I'm going with you to pick up your card. I've made that connection. But my colleague is there in the office who have been told don't leave the office till 5 p.m. I'm being real so that you understand what we are going through. When can I see that opportunity? When am I going to see that opportunity? 80% of young lawyers in IKEJA earn below 150 or barely 150. School fees at University of Lagos full time is over 500 and something thousand. They are going to pay for house rent, transport, and all of that. So, in all, my question is, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I took time to listen to all of this. So, in all, what I'm saying is, if a situation I have put all of this into the picture. The youngest lawyer who just left said, let's put a mirror. I've seen myself. I put the dream into picture. I'm working towards it, and the opportunity does not come. What do I do?
Okay. So,
okay. I must express my gratitude to all the speakers, Leonard Sick present, and our chairman of the Law Week Committee. My question is basically in line with the first thing Leonard Sick said, and Mr. Dele Additional is here. He said you find situations where a particular person will probably be in a law firm for 4 years and then transition into another industry because he feels he doesn't belong in litigation. And then you find situations where people spend years developing competence and technical depth in a particular area where at the end of the day, there really isn't much light at the end of that tunnel in the context of maybe whatever success they are looking for. You find a lot of people expressing regret. Had I known, I would have done something different. It's not as if they didn't invest in competence and technical depth, and it's not as if they are not, objectively speaking, doing well, but there's regrets. So the question now is, based on all your experiences, how will you advise someone to know when it's time to change direction?
Please, before we hand it over to the panelists, let me address your question. That's sorry, what's your name? Nice to meet you. Wale Fakunde.
Fakunle.
Nice to meet you. I think the answer to that question was embedded in Mr. Oriola's initial statement. And my summary of his statement, which was know your strength. Investing in capacity is all well and good, but if you are investing in capacity in mass communication in Nigeria, for instance, now it's a wrong investment. Once you identify that the field you are in is not benefiting you, for me, it is never too late to make a change. But you must identify the viability of the line you are in. Not only identify it, you must continue on a continuous basis to make an assessment of the continued viability of the area you have chosen. I can want to be a transactional lawyer all the live long day. If I don't get any transaction to do, that's the end of it. No matter what my capacity is in transactional law. Same thing with litigation. Same thing with corporate practice. Same thing with even the practice of law. It's not the same for everybody. It varies. And this would segue into the question of the chairman of the YLF. I said it last year, and I will say it again. In this world, this is going to sound harsh, but in this world, nobody owes you anything. It's extremely harsh to hear, but nobody owes you anything. If you are in an employment that you feel like you are not getting paid what you are worth, you are free to leave. You are free to start your own. Try your own hand at the practice of law. We all, every year, we believe me, as much as when I got called, we were about 4,900, almost 5,000 in my set in 2009. I'm not sure we're up to 500 that are still practicing law today. I can say the same for the set of everybody in this place. The truth of the matter is that the practice of law is not viable for everybody. Just like banking is not viable for everybody. Just like being a medical doctor. Maybe medicine is the only field that basic knowledge would get you wealth. But in the world we live in, nobody owes you anything. So, like Mr. Additional Adegbite said, the responsibility of your own personal development is your own. If you are not developing yourself in a manner, or if you are developing yourself in the wrong field, the field will tell you that you are in the wrong field. And you make whatever changes are necessary. There's also the important point to be made about competence in the law firm versus competence in remaking. We spoke about that already. Once you, coming back to Mr. Riola's point, once you identify your strength, if the strength you have, that you know that you have, and Mr. Additional said about being sincere with yourself, once you are sure that this field that I am in is not profiting me, make the change that you need to make. Nobody will beat you if you make the change. That's my own.
Let's see before you respond. Thank you, Demola. So since we had the allowance for 3 questions, and young lawyers who have the day have only utilized 2, I've been signaled by Dr. Raff. 1 minute, Dr. Raff. Just 1 minute intervention, and then we now come to faculty.
Is he asking a question or an intervention? And we can conclude with his intervention.
With his intervention. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Let's please.
Finish the. Okay.
1 minute, Dr. Rapp.
Okay, I will be straight to the point. Some years back, I went to a particular law faculty to do something, and I walked into a place, they were defending their thesis there. So I sat down, and a particular lady was defending her thesis on something on that data protection and all. And so I engaged her. They allowed me to ask questions, so I engaged her properly because I did cyber law, and data protection is also my turf. So I engaged her well. And after that day, about last 2 months, I went for a function somewhere, and we were on the same panel. And she made a comment and said that she never knew anything about data protection, that it was that academic work that she came to do that opened up her eyes to data protection. And currently, she's into data protection. Now, the reason why I'm making this point is this. We keep saying that the legal space is saturated. There are so many persons being called to the bar at the moment. But the reality of the matter is this. Every human endeavor has a legal aspect. And so, for example, think about it. Food, for example, it has a legal aspect. Entertainment, everything that is human has a legal aspect. And so, regardless of how much you think that the legal space is saturated, we have novel areas that we can get into. before I went to do my master's, I saw a novel area, and I did IT and telecommunications law. Then I looked for another novel area. I thought of nanotechnology law at that moment, but I didn't get a supervisor, so I did cyber law. So the point I'm trying to make in all this is this. My brother, the chairman, made a comment about somebody doing a PhD and all. Now, I don't think it makes sense that somebody wants to do a further program and you go into maritime, except if you're already doing something there. There are so many areas of law that we can carve a niche in, make the best of it, and be champions in it. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Please, the space is still there. Go for novel areas, and you'll be surprised how you succeed in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raps. Let us Silk, please.
Maybe I should have gone before him because he stole most of the things I wanted to say. But I was going to say two things. One, value that young lawyers bring. And I think the answer to the two questions have already been answered on this panel. If you add value, if you bring value to any organization, you'll not be found wanting. Additionally, your progress is your responsibility at the end of the day, right? In terms of opportunity, what is important to you, you prioritize it. Now, the point I was going to make that I think Dr. Ralph has made is that as we sit today, there are so many areas of law that other people persevered, went through that path, and they are succeeding today. A few years ago, not many people knew about entertainment law, right? There's one of my mentees now who is he resigned from an international law firm to go and focus on AI, right? We as a law firm, we use AI now. AI makes your work easier, makes your work faster, right? Not many people are looking into that space. There are so many areas of law, sports law, just whatever you are passionate about. If you build the competence in that area and you're adding value, you will definitely make a business out of it. So you're not going to wait for someone to come and put something in your mouth. They are so, especially for lawyers today, not 20 years ago, the world is so diverse. There are many years ago where lawyers couldn't work in the US, couldn't work in other countries. Nigerian lawyers are practically everywhere now. You can make the best of whatever opportunity, whatever space you think that you are interested in. It's entirely up to you.
Sorry, Demola, can I just add
Please.
to what the Leonard Silk just said? The first gentleman spoke about lawyers sitting down in the law firm, and I originally said that your professional growth is your responsibility. Opportunities don't just fall from the sky. You have to create visibility for yourself. For example, the current role that I occupy now, I was recommended by a colleague in a business I left 11 years ago. And I'll tell you how I got this job. When that fellow left that company, he set up his own technical company, and I was doing legal work for them pro bono. So you can sit down in the law firm or in the office and say your bosses are not making you. What are you doing for yourself? It's not about collecting business cards. You have to let people know what you're capable of doing. In my former church, I joined the Peace and Reconciliation team, and I used my dispute resolution skills in that work for God. That opened up opportunities for me. Nobody's going to do it for you, and please don't wallow in pity. Personally, I've had disappointments in my career that felt painful and heartbreaking, but I picked up myself and I did what I needed to do. I work with young lawyers. I've heard people say, oh, people don't take me to conferences. Have you proven to your boss that if you take out time from your work to do your personal growth, you make out time to send out your deliverables? When I go for conferences, I come to the office the weekends and I work till 11:30 p.m. People who know me here personally know that I deliver such that my bosses do not feel my absence. Don't wallow in pity or feel sorry for yourself, please. Thank you.
So to caption what the Leonard Silk and what Chidima have said, you have to invest in your own self, and sometimes that investment does not look like a regular investment. Chidima invested in herself by doing pro bono work for somebody. Only God knows. If you look at it, the value of that pro bono work was enough or sufficient to make her rich. But the client at the time was not capable of that. And she did the work pro bono. I'll give you another example. Since she mentioned the pro bono example, I live in an estate with about 32 units. We have a fight between ourselves, as usual, estate matter. And I decided that I will represent the estate pro bono. Since that case started, about 4 of the units in that estate have brought their personal problems to me to help resolve. That is real life promotion of your own self. Like she said, you create your own visibility. And I wanted to make a point to Dr. Ralph, just to give an example to the chairman who was talking about opportunities. You see, the YLF chairman, I cannot be speaking. No, he's sitting behind. That's why I cannot be speaking to my able chairman. Everybody has their own journey. Dr. Ralph said he did information technology law for your master's degree. I did computer and telecoms law for my own master's degree in Queen Mary University. I can tell you how much I paid as my school fees. I can tell you how much it cost to live in England for about 1.5 years to do that course. I finished my master's in 2012. Till today, I have not gotten one single computer or one single telecoms work. I didn't sit down in my office wallowing in Kini. Today, if you search my name, my case in banking law will come up. My case on arbitration will come up. So that you create your own opportunities. Dr. Ralph's testimony is not the same. When he was speaking to us, when he was trying to campaign, he told us some of the successes he has recorded in the same field that me, myself, have not seen one single work in. So you cannot sit down and say that you are waiting for opportunity, for somebody to come and give you opportunity. The Leonard Silk said you can't sit down and somebody come and put food in your mouth. There's a video online of a baby that saw a bug on the floor, and instead of trying to eat the bug, he just opened his mouth waiting for the bug to jump inside. That will never happen in this world. And there was something I said to the panelists before we started. Every single lawyer you know has the same minimum level of training. We have seniors here, multiple years worth of seniors. But if we start from the set of myself, Chidima, and Chukwudi, just between then,
Odeji,
my brother, we all knew each other in law school. Between 2009 and now, if I told you that law school has released about 100,000 lawyers, you would believe me. Much more than conservative. Out of that 100,000 lawyers, every single one of them is not going to make it. More than 80% will abandon it due to that lack of opportunity. The people that succeed are the ones that create their own opportunity. I'll give you one last example, and I'll use the Leonard Silk as an example. When in his firm, he mentioned that about 7 years ago, there were no SANs in his firm. When he joined the firm, between when he joined his firm and now, I'm sure he wasn't the most senior. I'm sure he wasn't the most. You understand what I'm saying? He overtook so many people in the firm to become Silk. Those people are still sitting down waiting for the office to bring the case for them to do. You all know that you need, as the rules stand today, you need about 29 cases to get your Silk. You can't sit down and be saying that, okay, I'm waiting for somebody to come and give me a case. Even in the office you are working, you will go outside and look for some of those cases. I remember traveling to Oyo to go and meet the AG to try and get some cases for me. 3 times I went there, one case like this I didn't see. Ekiti that I am from, that I know I've known the 4 past AGs. One case I've not done with them. So you create your own opportunities. And that's why I said, nobody owes you anything.
Absolutely.
And by the grace of God, with some of the points we have heard, some of us will reposition ourselves and find out how to create opportunities. Let me end by highlighting my brother, Shola, who is the former press secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Charles Ajiboye, but I keep calling him Shola. He created his own opportunity, not just in the practice of law, but in the PR space. in the PR space. I knew him as a PR guy before I knew him as a lawyer. That is an opportunity that he created for himself above and beyond his own practice. So I employ all of you. Go back to your desk, go back to your office, go back to your house, go back to your bed. If you are not satisfied with where your practice is today, think about how to create opportunities for yourself. I myself, I used to be one of those sit down in the office and do law because I was cracking a joke with the learned Silk about his legal heritage because it's a point he made. The people that I know that are in my own legal heritage, they don't sit down and wait for any case in their office. Even though cases come, they are the ones that cases come to meet. If there are 5 lawyers in Lagos that cases come to meet in their office, they are one of them. But you hear that they are doing other things. One of them owns a vessel that is leasing in the marine industry. The other one is doing entertainment law on the side. You understand? You create your own. There's no rule. There's no hard and fast rule that says once you become a lawyer, this is the only thing you can do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Damola. So on the home run, so that we can.
Sorry, just to
yes
address the first question. And it's good to see my learned senior, Mr. Charles Ajiboye. He was my senior in secondary school, and it's good to see him here. He's a great man. So, with regards to the first question, I felt it's important to sort of land what everyone has said and to use my story as a way to land that point. Over my career, I've worked in 5 companies as an in-house legal counsel, and people always ask me, how do you get these jobs? You know, like you are just lucky. Some people say I'm lucky. But what is luck? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. What is preparation? Investing in yourself, having the right skill set, building the right networks. What is opportunity? Chance. And my story has always been that way. Of course, from the onset, I gave myself a 10-year plan as to where I wanted to be in 10 years. I told myself I wanted to be a general counsel, company secretary in 10 years. And I had that razor focus. And of course, I kept developing myself. And at every point, you know, I saw those opportunities coming. Somehow I was prepared and I was able to access the opportunities. How did I get those opportunities? From my professional networks, from friends I met along the way. You know, it wasn't my dad or it didn't fall from heaven. It was basically people I knew who told me about certain jobs. And then of course I was somewhat prepared. My latest role with Money Points was a case in points because I was with InterSwitch and then someone just said, you know what, they are looking for a general counsel to head and start the legal team. And for some reason, I was prepared because I had somewhat developed my skills in the fintech space over time. So for me, it's about being prepared, investing in yourself, you know, because you are responsible for your own self-development. And those opportunities will come when you are in the right spaces, when you also contribute to the right public legal discourse. Those opportunities will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mobolaji, please, your final shots on this.
Okay, so because I'm sure the question that will keep on ringing in your mind is that, okay, so how do I create this opportunity now? You said you're going to create it. How do I create this opportunity? So this is what this will be my own advice. Firstly, focus on personal branding. Ensure that wherever you appear at any point in time, you look presentable. First thing, right? So with the small money that you have, get a nice pale suit, black, white shirt, black tie. Ensure that your shirt is not, your color is not brown or peeling or sorry, whatever you appear at every point in time, and tell someone I am Mr. So and so or Barrister so and so, they can take you seriously. First thing. Secondly, as you're earning money, take some money, right? And ensure that you go to certain places from time to time, right? You don't know who you can run into. So for example, if you live in IKEJA, once in a while, when you have the money, come to Marriott, go to Sheraton, sit down there, have lunch, drink water or whatever it is. I'm okay, sorry. Drink water, whatever it is. Sorry. Or whatever it is that you can afford. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why that is very important. It does something to your mindset when you're in the company of people who are successful. So if you come to a Marriott or if you are at Sheraton, you will constantly run into successful people and it will open your mind up. You might not believe me, but please try it for 3 months. I'm sure you come back with some results. Another important thing is ensure you are visible online. So I have a rule. If you follow me on Instagram, or if I take your number and you have me on WhatsApp, I give you 3 months. You will know I'm a lawyer, you will know the name of my law firm, and you know where my office is located. 3 months. So, and what that does for me is that I was doing some analysis with my team yesterday, and I'm like, this year, between January and now, 65% of my revenue has come from referrals. Only 35% has come from me going out to go and network. And the referral has come because people have observed me from afar, right, online, to say, okay, I think this is someone that I think I want to give my work to. You don't know how far that goes. Do you have an online presence? On LinkedIn, are you arguing with people on LinkedIn, or are you putting out thought leadership on LinkedIn? Even on your Twitter, are you insulting somebody? Are you trying to give somebody bad goals? Are you trying to let people know that have bad mouth? Or are you actually producing something that people say, man, this guy has sense? You might not think this is important, but give it some time. Just keep on seeing. If you want to reap orange, it is not today that you plant an orange seed and you reap the orange seed tomorrow. But let me just ensure I give you this point. Personal branding. Dress well. So that wherever it is attending, don't say, today I don't think I can run into anybody. You don't know when you can run into anybody. Even if it's on a Saturday, don't wear jeans that have torn. Don't wear the one that the collar is slacking. Dress well every time. Secondly, ensure that online you are very visible. LinkedIn, Twitter, wherever you are very visible and you have a very neat and presentable profile online. Thirdly, when you run into somebody and they need legal help and they cannot pay you, do it for them, and do it from a place where they see the excellence in your work. Don't worry about it. Your work will speak for you. Either the person will tell somebody, I worked with this person and the work was good work, or sometimes they will refer you to somebody. Just do that one. And there's a way, whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, or a traditionalist, there is a way the universe rewards you when you put in this effort and you sow into people's lives. Finally, with the little amount of money that you earn, ensure that you help people in whatever capacity that you can. Either through free legal services, either through helping somebody in need. Just be charitable as a person, not because of eye service. All these things come back to, I don't think there's any successful lawyer today who can say they can account for how they made every single money they made. A lot of money you make, you will not be able to explain how it came to you. It will just come to you. But you see those good deeds that you do, over a long period of time, it comes back to benefit you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Balaji. And on that note, please, you can do better, please. Distinguished panelists, ladies and advocates, Chidima, Bolaji, Mr. AK, and Demola. And I want to say a very big thank you for this very insightful session. And I believe that the young lawyers who are in the house today must have gotten a lot out of this session. And if any young lawyer is leaving this place the same, then something is definitely wrong. I wish I had the opportunity when we just finished to continuously listen to such insightful sessions like this. And but I believe that going forward, the work is set. Nobody is going to create the opportunities for you. Yes, you can complain. If you find reasons to complain, there are 1,000,001 reasons to complain and then agonize. But you have heat here. The opportunities are all around you. Look for them, create your opportunities, and then the sky will be your limit. Once again, can we give it up for this wonderful panel? So I'll be handing over to the Learning Advocate, who takes it from here.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I also thank everyone who has spent time. A lot of people have been here since 10 a.m. Some came as early as 9. We want to appreciate you. But before then, we want to also just present a little token to the panelists. Firstly, I would like to call on Mr. Charles Ajiboye, former Assistant National Publicity Secretary and also former Chairman of the YLF of this branch, to present this plaque to Mr. Femi Oyewole SAN, FCIR.
Thank you very much for the honor of making this presentation, the first one, and again to the learned silk. Like I just said, it's prophetic. And I'm standing in between two senior advocates of Nigeria. Are you saying amen? For me, say it louder. That sounds like it, but I still have to do the work. The award of excellence presented to Mr. Femi Oyewole, senior advocate of Nigeria and fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, in appreciation of your invaluable contribution at the NBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. This is not just an award for what you said. It's for who you have been, it's for who you are, it's for what you do. Many of the people in this room are more inspired by your being than all the things you've said. So continue to be who you are to us. Congratulations.
I would like to call on Mr. Oke Ohagba to present this to Chidima Ihemedu.
Chidima, on behalf of MBA IKEJA branch, this award of excellence is presented to you in appreciation of your invaluable contribution to this session. Thank you on behalf of the branch.
I would also like to call on Dr. Rapulu Undoka to present this to Mr. Okechukwu Eke.
I must confess before I present this that this has been a very practical session. I don't really believe in listening to motivational speakers because they're not practical. But I believe that every single one of us that has been sitting down here has really enjoyed every session, and every speaker has been very phenomenal. Thank you so much for being very practical. And I believe that we are going to leave here with some, action points, and we'll get better as young lawyers. So on behalf of MBA IKEJA branch, the Tiger Bar, I present this award of excellence to Mr. Okechukwu Eke in appreciation of your invaluable contribution at the MBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let me call on Mr. Tokumbo Davies, co-chair of the Law Week, to present this to Mr. Bolaji Oriola.
Nobody clap for me.
Mr. Oriola said his head cannot carry law. So I'm like, if your head can carry law, uncle.
Thank you for the honor. Mr. Oriola, thank you for being with us here today. Thank you for also sharing with us from your wealth of experience. We've all learned a lot, not just the young lawyers. I myself have learned a lot from what you've said today. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the IKEJA branch of Nigeria Bar Association, we present this award of excellence to you in appreciation of your invaluable contribution at the MBA IKEJA Law Week 2026. Thank you.
So I would like to call on the chairman of the YLF to give a vote of thanks. Chairman YLF.
Chairman of the branch, Chairman of the Planning Committee, Leonard Sick, and Leonard Sick present. Thank you very much. Member of the panelists, my seniors and my colleagues, I want to say that this has always been a day we look towards to every year. And this year was no different from the other ones that have been here. The ESCOs of the branch, led by Adeni Iquadri, has always and has pledged to always continue to invest in the welfare of young lawyers. And what we saw here today is just a minute of what they've been doing. I want to say thank you to them and thank you to all of us that made it out here. We are grateful. And we want to say, from everything we've heard, at least I learned something. Nobody owes me anything. And I believe all other persons who and for those whose head can carry law and those whose heads cannot carry law, we all know what to do. Thank you very much.
Photo session. Okay. Last two students, are you still here? Okay, please. After this, please just get ready to have a picture session with me.
It's your friend, so I don't need to